How's it going, dudes? Welcome to the worst board game of all time, Tournaments Live! Hundreds of board games from all around the world are currently glued to their screens, waiting and praying for their name to be called so that they will get the chance of a lifetime, the chance to compete for the title of Worst of the Worst. 64 games are about to be revealed, each one finding itself slotting into one of our glorious regions. The NBGA Selection Committee is currently hard at work putting together the final selections, as we have run into a bit of an issue there, but we should be relatively good to go. All of these games that are currently about to be slotted into these regions are about to find if they have qualified for one of a glorious option, if they can punch their ticket into the tournament and get that started today. So, what we're going to do is the NBGA Selection Committee should be finalizing their last tickets and finalizing their decisions as of right now. So what we're going to do is, for the people that might not know how the NBGA Selection Committee option works, we're going to go and check how the Weeb Goat works. What we've got here is a little adventure that will tell you how the tournament goes off and operates well. So, step 1 for the tournament. Who is eligible to be able to compete? What? Oh, the echo? The echo is killing us. What is going on? Hold on a second. It appears that our person has maybe offered an echo that was not part of the initial plan. So let me go ahead and there we go. I see what the issue was there. Let me know if that is better. This is a first time deal. There we go. Sorry about that. First time tournament stream, first time run. So, from there, yeah, I imagine the rap had something to do with that. But now that we've got the issue out of the way, we can properly get this thing started. I bet everybody is excited that their audio is no longer trying to kill them. So, from here, who is eligible? Games eligible for the Weeb Goat Tournament, the worst board game of all time, must be released to the public in some way. We're looking for physical releases of the board games that you can properly buy from some form of source. You need to be able to exchange money for goods. You need to be able to exchange money for these products. Such as, gosh darn it, we seem to have another issue here, but we got it. So, games that you cannot physically play, obviously, are not going to be able to operate. Games that are unable to be sold, such as Hybrid here, which are just random bits and bobs thrown string together, we aren't going to be able to see those either. Those do not qualify. You need to be able to buy, and you need to be able to play. Also, games need to pass the board game eye test in order to properly be considered board games for this adventure. No video games, no any type of physical or yard game that you would see, like some sort of lawn darts. These are board games and board games only. Board games, card games, anything that would pass that eye test. After that, pretty much anything is going to be able to compete in this one, so long as it meets these requirements. Past that, we've got the tournament itself. So, what are these seeds that you may have seen in the chat leading up to this? This is a single elimination voting tournament that games are matched up based on their seeding. Such as you've seen here, these are not spoilers, these are from the last group, the Weeb Goat Tournament 2. So, seeds rank the games based on how likely they are to make a deep run into the tournament and are based on a variety of factors. The game's quality, the game's theme, the game's balance, the game's fun, the game's marketability to voters, and the previous tournament performances of those games, which can end up hurting them if they did not perform well in those previous tournaments. There is a bit of a contentious topic among people who look at brackets and seedings about what is a high seed and what is a low seed in terms of the numbers, The way that we do it here is that high seeds are based on games with a higher chance of winning, your 1s, 2s, and 4s. The low seeds, meanwhile, are games with a lower chance of winning. Games like your 16s, your 15s, for some reason 9s, which always fail to do very well, I don't know. But a good thing to remember is that these are predictions. Upsets are likely to happen, so keep that in mind when you're filling out your bracket. Speaking of, your bracket! At the conclusion of the selection show, you will be able to fill out your own free bracket. This will allow you to pick from the matchups that are presented before you in this selection show and pick your champion as to who you think is the worst of the worst. The best performing bracket will of course earn a fabulous prize for their creator, which will be revealed later. As for the structure of the show itself, as you have already seen from the horrible mangled audio from the start, this one is a little different to the previous tournaments in that it is a live show. So, how we will do this is that we will reveal one super special awesome region of competitors that will shock and awe you to no end, and then from there, we will take about a 2-minute break for me to make some specific adjustments. It will be clear what these are once the 2-minute break is over, as there is going to be a bit of a... You'll just be able to know what those adjustments are. After that, we'll take a look at the big board matchups that have already been revealed and look at some audience hot takes, and then from there, go back up to the next region as it follows. Once the selection show is over, we will then go from this little loop that we've got going on here into the end game of the show, hosting a secret event that will become clear again as we get later into the program. The brackets will officially open, and we will have some post-show speculation as to what could possibly be the winner before we really get into the tournament. So, from there, yeah, I think that's about it. That is about it for what we've got going on for the pre-show. Let me switch back over to the correct tab here. Yes, perfect. And the audio, I believe, is no longer horribly mangled. Phenomenal. As for our last update before we officially get started, for fans of the first two tournaments, longtime color commentator Joshua Jacobs will not be joining us for this broadcast. I've received word that on his way to the studio, he was unfortunately run over first by a car, then a truck, then a train, then a trolley, and then a boat, all in about the span of 7.5 minutes. This has resulted in him getting a pretty bad nosebleed, so we are hoping that he'll be able to make a speedy recovery. And with that, I'm getting word that the picks are in. The 64 games that will be competing in this year's tournament have been finalized, so let's head over now to the big bracket and see who will be competing this time around. I have been betrayed once again by my guy, but there we go. The big bracket is up and we are ready to get started. So, to start us off, let's go ahead and get this background music going because, of course, you got to have some awesome background music when discussing something like this, and I hope desperately that it doesn't cause any more audio problems. There we go. So, let's head over now, begin the reveals with the Stink region. This takes us over to the Stink region reveals and find out who will be competing in our opening round. We will be starting off, of course, at the top of the Stink region, looking at the #1 overall seed in the tournament, Global Survival. Global Survival, of course, being the 1992 title that allows players to travel around the world, purchasing countries and buying up. Oh, wow, what the heck happened there? There we go. Global Survival, the 1992 game that allows players to travel around the world around the 204 space board, picking up countries along the way, joining consortiums, and doing a whole number of things that it says that you will do, but that will likely hardly ever take place. Haters of Global Survival say that this resembles Nothing ever happens the game. None of the decisions that you make during the game actually have any real impact unless America is purchased. The money, of course, being 6 magnitudes apart in terms of their value, is a massive problem for the balancing of the game, and various errors are just present throughout the title, i.e. how you are able to purchase Bulgaria for 63,580 Bulgaria. However, fans of Global Survival would like to defend it in that it is the most complete country purchasing game from 1992. 191 countries are up for grabs in Global Survival, and all of them are, at the time, pretty comprehensive. All country cards are included with info and facts pertaining to that country, including imports, exports, and even financial trade partners that they are involved with, and the game can honestly be relatively peaceful if you don't mind getting nothing done at all. Now, who will be going up against Global Survival in the opening round? Why, it will be none other than the 16 seed, the Mandela Effect card game. The Mandela Effect card game is the 2023 title that sees you attempt to discern what is the correct spelling between 2 different types of spelling options. This can be Skechers versus Skechers, Charles Schultz or regular Schultz, but all in all, it is up for you to try to determine what the correct spelling of something is. Haters of the Mandela Effect card game say that this is an extremely shallow gameplay loop, literally bringing you down to a 50-50 guess on whether or not something is spelled correctly. The content gets immediately stale due to this being just take a guess and hope that you're right, and its reliance on spelling makes it a pretty wonky game to play outside of the United States. However, lovers of the game say that this is a pretty tricky option where you need to try to recall very specific spelling of very specific items. The different categories challenge your memory across multiple sources, and it tends to be a very quick game that can be brought out in a pinch and won't take up much of your time. We'll see how it competes against Global Survival, a game that takes up an immense amount of your time with nothing going on. Moving on to our next matchup in the Stink region, we have the number 8 seed, Super Deck. Super Deck making its reappearance in the tournament at the number 8 seed. Super Deck is the 1994 card game that sees you attempt to increase the numbers of your superheroes to make them bigger than the numbers of your opponent's superheroes. It offers plenty of ways to do this: addition, multiplication, division, subtraction, and mostly tries to get you to make a bigger number. Haters of Super Deck take big offense to this gameplay loop, as it is a TCG that is just make the bigger number. It has a total lack of strategy or interruption. You just play cards until you run out and see if the cards you drew end up being bigger than your opponent's. And very strangely, for a trading card game, it includes a rare card in buyable packs that is just a multiplication table that is completely unplayable in the version of the game. I can bring this over for you to see again. This handy math table is included as one of your possible rare draws, and you cannot use it in the game at all. It is just a mathematician's table. It is a phenomenal choice. Lovers of the game, of course, love this, as it is a cool superhero TCG with easy-to-understand mechanics and easy-to-play gameplay loop. It does feature a bit of a timing mechanism in order to make full use of the multiplication and division cards within the title. And hey, if it's a bad game, then why was it good enough to at one point be played for money in official Super Deck tournaments? Something to keep in mind when you are voting for who should move on. Of course, Super Deck is going to be going up against the number 9 seed of the Stink region, The Back of the Ritz Bits Box, a contentious title from the freaking Ritz Corporation here. NBGA officials officially determined through a bunch of people making it apparent that this is an official board game that fulfills all required requirements. It is sold for money, it is a public release that you can buy and play, and therefore NBGA officials have determined that this is a physical board game that comes with an additional Ritz Bit snack. Something that no other board game on the list has attempted to do. Haters of the game say that this is really just completely luck-based and has absolutely zero player agency whatsoever. This is an all-luck game due to relying only on a coin flip for movement, and you can only move 1 to 2 spaces at a time on every move. It does not include all needed components in the game, needing for you to provide both pawns and a coin in order to flip, and it contains a reset 1 space before the ending that will send you back almost immediately to the start of the game. You are completely unable to avoid this. You must flip a 50-50 chance in order to get past this obstacle. However, plenty of people love the game. It is a good introduction to board game mechanics from young players, needing only a coin flip to understand. It can be played almost anywhere due to its Ritz box portability, and it comes with an entire box worth of Ritz bits for snacks. That's just a benefit that you cannot pass up on. Going from the number 9 to our next matchup, we find the number 5 seed of the Stink region, a tournament favorite and previous competitor, the Rock, Paper, Scissors game. Dropping back down to a number 5 seed, which it found itself in the first tournament, the Rock, Paper, Scissors game is an absolute 2000s classic, seeing you having to pick rock, paper, or scissors on the console in order to... I'm sorry, I was looking at the slideshow. I'm sorry, back to it. You must pick rock, paper, scissors on the console while having the cheating shield flipped up so that your opponent doesn't see it, and then you flip that cheating shield down in order to reveal your selection. The winner, of course, will move the built-in scoring counter up 1 on the track, and the first person to win 10 rock, paper, scissors matches wins. Haters of the rock, paper, scissors game say that this is the premier pointless board game. It offers absolutely no improvements, benefits, or advantages over just playing rock, paper, scissors with your hands, and holds nothing but contempt for both you and your bank account. If there is any game out there that it just straight up hates you, it's this one. However, fans of the game say that this is a beautiful console. It has all of the bells and whistles you need, it prevents cheating with its proprietary anti-rock, paper, scissors cheat shield, and it has a must-have for any self-respecting rock, paper, scissors tournament. If you go to a rock, paper, scissors tournament and they do not have this console, then you are in a bootleg location. But the number 5 seed will be highly anticipated to see how well it does after a poor performance from last year, but can it get past the number 12 seed of the Stink region? Don't Lose Your Cool. Don't Lose Your Cool is the 2018 board game that sees players put on the Don't Lose Your Cool little hat thing that is supposed to read that player's heart rate as they play the game. What you do is you roll the Don't Lose Your Cool dice to see what strange actions you will be doing during the game. You are attempting to get up into your friend's face, doing these crazy actions, and attempting to raise their heart rate so that it makes the heart rate meter go off. If it goes off, your friend has officially lost the round. Haters of Don't Lose Your Cool say that the heart rate detector just does not function correctly at all. It barely works. It doesn't actually read your heart rate to any serviceable amount or degree, and there's very little that you can do if the detector just decides that you lose. Plus, you can really play a game like this without needing the heart rate detector if you just watch if the player smiles. So in addition to that, you kinda just wasting your money on something you don't really need. However, lovers of the game say that the dice can produce a wide range of humorous actions that you can perform that you wouldn't probably normally think of otherwise. Seeing the detector start to go up as well in front of your friends will get you a bunch of ooh as you try to figure out if that person is really going to lose your cool. Plus, this is a game that can be played with any size of group and any range any size of group and any range of age, which are pretty increasingly tough to find in the modern day. Lining out the last matchup of the top half of the Stink region, we have the number 4 seed, the Princess Bride, Prepare to Die. The Princess Bride Prepare to Die is the 2013 game that sees you attempt to make a "Hello, my name is blank, you blanked my blank, prepare to die" adventure from the list of optional cards. The Princess Bride Prepare to Die does this in order to call back to the iconic Princess Bride line, "Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya, you killed my father, prepare to die." As you go through the game, you will continue to do this time after time in the hopes of making your friends laugh, such as all of the other standard play a card and hope to make someone laugh games. This number 4 seed has an immense amount of haters, especially for one that we have not seen before. People claim that this is one of the worst apples-to-apples style games on the market due to every single joke in the game following the exact same setup and payoff. It gets maddeningly repetitive, what with you only doing one thing the entire time, and it is just a complete waste of a genuinely good IP. However, fans of the game say that they do like it, that is a fun little micro game for Princess Bride fans. It has a simple gameplay loop to pick up and pay, and it is a decent time waster on top of that. If you need any game that is going to give you the opportunity to say, "Hello, my name is this, you did my this, prepare to die," this is going to be the one for you. Rounding out this matchup, we have the number 13 seed in the region, Pass Out. Pass Out, the previous tournament competitor, is the 1962 board game credited as one of the pioneering games of drinking board games. This title allows you to go around the board taking drinks and drawing cards and doing all number of various stuff with the challenge of once you reach the start space, you must give a tongue twister in order to win a pink elephant card. The first person to win 10 pink elephant cards wins the game. Pass Out has a wide number of haters, partially due to its popularity, with a lot of them harping on the fact that all sides of the board are exactly the same. You also get the pink elephant cards even if you lose the challenge, meaning that it really isn't a challenge at all. You just go around a board that is completely redundant and just see who gets around it first. This is also one with it needing to get 10 pink elephant cards in order to get the stuff. It is dangerously long for a game focused on drinking the entire time. This could be one that you need to watch out for. However, fans of the game say that it is a very simple game to entertain a distracted and drinking audience. You gaining cards despite failing the tongue twisters does add a little bit of safety to it, as it ensures that the game will eventually end. Plus, there is no dangerous portion to this at all, as it says in the rules that it is not intended to be used with alcoholic beverages, meaning that this game is 100% certified safe. Moving on to the bottom of the Stink region, we change to a different background song so that one's not playing for 10 straight minutes, and we head now to the bottom of the Stink region. Of course, we go down to the start and up from the bottom, so we will now look at the 15 seed of the Stink region, Netflix Trending Now. Netflix Trending Now is the, let me check here, 2021 board game that sees you attempt to build a brand new Netflix show. Along the way, you will have to take a look at shows that are currently airing on the Netflix platform, give it a plot twist that sets it apart from the... Oh, sorry, I've been talking for so long. Gives it a plot twist that sets it apart from the other shows on the program, and possibly endure some drama that could end up messing with your show's popularity. Haters of Netflix Trending Now say that this one is yet another play cards to make the judge laugh game, as if we didn't already have enough of those. Plus, the thin cards included with the game are just terrible quality, and the novelty of the game wears off very quickly, leading to diminishing returns, as it just gets less funny and less funny with every card combination play. However, lovers of the game say that the cards include real Netflix shows that you can that you get to screw around with. So fans of Bridgerton, Stranger Things, or stuff like The Social Dilemma will eventually get to see their favorite shows with a brand new plot twist. The design of the cards in the box is also very good, giving that Netflix feel that you are hoping to get if you are a fan of Netflix, and it could end up being used to help pick who chooses that night's movie, which is mentioned in the rules. Netflix Trending Now, the 15 seed. Our 15 seed will of course be going up against the number 2 seed of the Stank region, a tournament classic, one of the biggest competitors in tournament history, the Campaign for North Africa, the Desert War, 1940 to 43. The Campaign for North Africa, the Desert War, 1940 to 43, is the absolute classic board game that aims to recreate the Campaign for North Africa from World War II with as much detail as humanly possible. Games of the Campaign for North Africa, the Desert War, 1940 to 43, are estimated to take around 20 to 40 years to play, and I say estimated because a full game of North Africa has never been completed. Haters of the Campaign for North Africa, the Desert War, 1940 to 43, says that you gotta give it up for 47 years without a single winner. The documentation included in the game also gives you the requirement of needing to have a second job just to keep track of everything, and as was recently discovered by the War with a Mate podcast, some of the rules within the rulebook of the Campaign for North Africa are broken both in the original rulebook and the additional errata that was released to fix those issues. So good luck trying to figure out how the game actually works when the game itself doesn't even know how it works. But there are also plenty of lovers for this classic title. No other board game out there is nearly this thorough in terms of its wargaming prowess. It gives you complete control over your entire army down to being able to keep track of singular bullet usage, and you gotta admit, no one cannot admit, the pasta point is really funny. So, we're expecting big things from the Campaign for North Africa, the 2 seed of the Stink region. Moving on to our next matchup, we find the number 10 seed of Assassin, Avalon Hills Assassin. Assassin is the 1993 game that sees assassins move around Europe trying to complete hits on other players and avoid getting a hit played on themselves. What you do is draw various cards into your hand and play them in order to move to a new location and possibly attempt to kill another player. Once a certain amount of assassinations have been carried out, points will be totaled, and the winner will be the top assassin in Europe. This is A very reviled game from the Avalon Hill catalog, carrying, I believe, less than a 2.5 rating out of 10. Haters of the game cite that it is incredibly repetitive. It is basically a game of tag across Europe, but played with cards. The hand size limit also makes it very difficult to move between locations sometimes, and some locations like some in Spain are so far away from other locations and require such specific cards to be played that they become traps for the player where they will get stuck there for multiple turns at a time. However, Assassin lovers say that the game is quite good when played with the designer's original rules. The game was shipped with different rules than what the designer originally intended, and if you play using his original rule set, it does get quite good quite fast. Plus, not knowing who the assassins are at any point in time makes traveling to an occupied space risky, and it carries quite a nice design on both the board and the cards. It will be going up against the number 7 seed of the Stink region, Speak Out. A Tournament 1 classic, Speak Out is the 2016 game that sees you put in a disgusting, horrible-looking Speak Out mouth device and attempt to read off various phrases in the cards. So, from there, you are meant to have your partner on your team guess what you are trying to say, and then if they can get that right, you get a point. The team with the most points wins. Let's hope that you are not sharing the mouth guard, as that would get quite unsanitary quite fast. Haters of the game say that this gosh dang mouth thing hurts, this gosh dang mouth thing is gross, and once the gimmick of this one wears off, it does not offer any kind of enjoyment for those going for a good time. However, there are quite a lot of fans of this game, seeing as how well it's sold. Watching your friends hopelessly trying to speak when they absolutely just cannot is objectively hilarious, and the timer adds a lot of stress as you try to guess the phrase. This is also another good for all ages option, as really it carries a wide sense of appeal no matter who is going to be playing. Moving on to our next matchup of the Stink region, we have the number 14 seed, Star Wars Jar Jar Binks 3D adventure game. That is a gosh dang mouthful. Oh my gosh. The Star Wars Jar Jar Binks 3D adventure game is the 1991 release tying in to the Phantom Menace. In it, you play as Jar Jar Binks trying to complete one of 5 various 3D challenges around the board. Trying to avoid rolling things, trying to avoid getting kicked, trying to avoid getting eaten, all in an attempt to earn medals that you can use to add to your Gungan Award medal tracker. Get all 5 medals, and you officially become the best Jar Jar the galaxy has ever seen. Haters of the Star Wars Jar Jar Binks 3D adventure game, really, who is not a hater of the Star Wars Jar Jar Binks 3D adventure game? The game only offers 5 things to do in the entire title, and it is, as an adventure 3D game, it is especially susceptible to wear and tear due to that paper construction that allows for that 3D aspect. Plus, most of the micro games on offer here are luck-based, with nothing that you can do to help your chances of winning, so really, it's just going to be who can impress Jar Jar in the luck category. However, there are also some fans of Jar Jar, and there are also some fans of the game. It offers a cool 3D board with a nice 3D structure. It offers easy gameplay that can easily entertain young fans. And look, any game that offers a situation where Jar Jar Binks can die on multiple occasions, you ain't gonna get any better than that. That one is a solid game, in my opinion. But the Star Wars Jar Jar Binks 3D adventure game, of course, is going to have to compete for its spot in the second round, and to do so, it is going to get past the number 3 seed in the region, Candyland Connect 4. Candyland Connect 4 is the 2019 board game that sees players operate in a combination of two classic board games. What you will do is place all of the candy pieces inside of the Connect 4 console and attempt to poke them out Candy Crush style when there is a match of multiple candies. Once you are unable to make any more moves, you take a candy and put it in the top, and the person with the most amount of points when no moves are left wins the game. Candyland Connect 4 has run into quite a lot of controversy from people who have played it, as the player who goes first in this game is nearly guaranteed to win every time. Let me explain. So, in the game, you will continue to go as long as there is a move available. Once you poke out the candies, you will be able to then make another move to poke out another match of candies, and a match of candies is as long as you have two candies that match. Therefore, with wild candies placed throughout, it is unbelievably likely that you will be able to poke out nearly every single match in the entire Connect 4 board before the other person ever even gets a turn. This is one of the biggest board gaming oversights that I have ever seen in this type of thing, and just means that if you go second, you straight up lose. Also, it doesn't use any Candyland mechanics at all. It is all in the Connect 4 thing, and the only reference to Candyland is the candy pieces itself. So, at that point, you're kind of just playing a different version of Connect 4. And also, I forgot to mention this as well, thanks again to the haters for adding another option on there. This game can reach a point where it hits a chess-style stalemate, as if there are no moves available, you just poke out a candy and put it in the top, and if there are no moves available after that, you just poke out another candy and put it in another spot where there isn't going to be a match. So, at no point is the second place player ever going to be able to win this game. Lovers of Candyland Connect 4, meanwhile, though, they'd enjoy how this is a new take on the Connect 4 gameplay with its poking out instead of trying to make a match. It is more of a Candy Crush Connect 4 combo, of course, but that itself has fans in that end, and you really gotta think ahead when moving candies for future setups, as if you aren't gonna be able to make any matches past that. You're just gonna end up on a stalemate. But that is Candyland Connect 4, the number 3 seed of the Stink region. Moving on to our final matchup of the Stink region, we find the number 11 seed, Beyblade the Trading Card Game. Beyblade the Trading Card Game is the 2003 adventure where you attempt to play through the standard Beyblade gameplay loop using trading cards instead of tops. You will play your bays first, of course, and then attempt to manipulate those bays or your opponent's bays in order to try to stop them from spinning with your cards. This one was a big fan. There were a lot of fans of this one in last year's tournament, but that is mostly due to most of them being haters. The haters have a lot of good points. What if we completely removed the main selling point of Beyblade in its entirety? When you expect Beyblade, you expect quick, fast-paced top action, but this is slow, card-based, multiple turns at thinking ahead of gameplay. The TCG format also makes it difficult to set up quick games with friends, as you need to get and make a deck first. But overall, it's just the general idea of the Beyblade trading card game that really makes it stand out as what were they thinking. However, fans of the Beyblade trading card game say that it utilizes two different rule sets to let players play at their own level. The TCG format allows for great customization, and building your deck takes a similar skill to constructing that perfect bay. Plus, it includes a rule set that you can play without being able to read. So that is something that not a lot of games on here offer as a potential benefit. Rounding out the Stink region, though, we have the number 6 seed that will be going up against the Beyblade trading card game, SpongeBob SquarePants, Eels, and Escalators, the board game. SpongeBob SquarePants, Eels, and Escalators, the board game is the 2021 release that sees players compete in the classic SpongeBob episode game. You will move around the board trying to ride the escalators and evade the eels as you try to utilize your character's unique power to get to the finish first. Escalators, 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 you don't want those eels. SpongeBob SquarePants, Eels, and Escalators, the board game, has quite a lot of hate behind it for a children's board game. They say that the horribly unbalanced cards do not work within the game's own timing structure, featuring wording that says, "This happens during this time," but does not state whether or not you can use those since cards must be played at the start of your turn. It says that the extremely confusing rule set leaves a ton of holes in the gameplay as well, adding to the confusion of the cards not being worded well enough to be played in any meaningful sense. To give you an idea of how bad the SpongeBob SquarePants, Eels, and Escalators board game was once it was released in terms of its ruling, there is a list of 17 different house rules that are needed to fix the game listed on Board Game Geek. You need to implement 17 different house rules just to make sure that you don't run into a ruling hole at some point during the game. That is a unique offering. However, fans of the game say that the show mode of the game matches how it's played in the episode very well. There are two different gameplay modes, show mode and sailor mouth mode, the show mode being just roll the dice and seeing what happens. It is also an official way to play the game. Many people remember from their time as a kid seeing this on that iconic Sailor Mouth episode, and the Sailor Mouth variation of the rules does shake up gameplay for a couple of those options. So, if you want an easy game, it's there. If you want a tougher game, it's also there. You just might have to implement a few house rules to get it to work quite right. That is, of course, the Stink region. That is the Stink region in offer all the way down from Global Survival to Netflix Trending Now. So we have officially come into contact with the first 16 games that will be competing in this year's tournament. From there, I believe we will be able to properly see, yes, we now have 1/4 of this entire tournament put together, so from here I will offer you an option. We are about to jump into our first break so that I can make some of those adjustments that I mentioned earlier, and on its way there, I would like to see you put a few of your hot takes from this opening round into the chat. If there's maybe a game you thought should have been rated higher, a game you thought should have been rated lower, or a game that you really want to see getting in soon. So, I'll leave that to you as we cut to our first little break so that I can get this next part set up I think you're really going to enjoy. The Stink region has been revealed. The rest of the regions should be coming soon, so stay tuned, and we'll be right back after this.
Monopoly Cheaters Edition. Before, you weren't allowed to cheat at Monopoly, but now you can. It's not just okay to cheat in this game, it's part of the fun. But get caught, and you're cuffed. What will you get away with in Monopoly Cheaters Edition from Hasbro Gaming?
Just stay calm. It's Don't Lose Your Cool from Hasbro Gaming. Wear the Coolometer and try to keep cool while your friends go wild. The Coolometer reads your pulse and goes off when you lose it. Don't lose your cool from Hasbro Gaming.
It's so much more than a game. Candyland. It's their first journey to wondrous places. A chance to meet fantastic new friends. A time to live out colorful dreams. There really is no other game like it. No other land like it. No other time like this. Candyland. It's so much more than a game.
Oh, Ritz Bits peanut butter sandwiches with the delicious taste of real peanut butter on the inside and buttery little Ritz crackers on the outside. Who can resist a Ritz Bits sandwich with peanut butter? Ritz Bits sandwiches with cheese, with the taste of real cheese on the inside and buttery little Ritz crackers on the outside. Who on earth can resist Ritz Bits sandwiches with cheese?
Remember Candyland, your first game? Now you can share the memories because you'll find it's still the same. No reading necessary. From Milton Bradley.
Red shirt here, gosh, red shirt cam here, ready to offer you the giant F-off board that I bought specifically for this gosh dang event. So I desperately hope this audio is working. So what we've got here is we've got the big board offering all 4 regions that we can use to take a look at what we've got going on here. Of course, big hits so far: Global Survival, TCFNA, RPS, the main ones that are returning that people would love to see take place. I want to see what people are saying right now, so we'll take a look at some of these hot takes and see what they're first. The first one, Minatera is trying to decide which is worse between Super Deck and Ritz Bits. That is a very good option. A very good 8 to 9 matchup that we have right away here. Super Deck and Back of the Ritz Bits both have really, really tough options. Super Deck, hardly any thought goes into the actual games that are played here, while the Back of the Ritz Bits, it's literally just a coin flip the entire time. For my personal belief, I believe that Back of the Ritz Bits is the worst option there between those two, so it depends on there. Candyland 4, Connect 4 is bad, but kind of just a boring concept. I could see some executive making. The Jar Jar game is a very, very prominent piece for just the 14 seed that it is ranked on. Jar Jar Binks, one of the most hated characters in Star Wars in general, so I'm very excited to see how well that is going to do, but Candyland Connect 4 is such a bad concept for a game in general that they couldn't even put together a decent marking there. So that's going to be another one to keep an eye on. Whoa. A Don't Lose Your Cool hats would be really cool. Yes, I can agree with that one for sure. Let's see from here. The next one, Vanilla Joe. Yeah, that would be another one. I am planning on putting together some future games for sure. Yep, the background music hasn't worked all stream. We're going to see if that ends up working at all. I thought the first one worked, but I guess not. I think if I end up playing it, it breaks the audio, which is what happened at the start of the game there. So that's going to be one to keep an eye on. We need to publish Get Trashed for next year. Yes, unfortunately, Get Trashed does not qualify based on the ruling examples that we put forth in that option. And then North Africa over... This is a hot take that I'm looking for. This is exactly what I was looking there for. This guy has Back of the Ritz Bits box against the campaign for North Africa in the Queasy quarterfinals. That is a crazy take, noting that Global Survival is likely going to be going up against it in just the second round. That is going to be crazy upsets if that can be pulled off, because Global Survival, currently the overall favorite to win the entire tournament. If you put that in your bracket and it hits, it is going to be crazy. RPS is not a board game, so it shouldn't be in. This is a concept that we've been getting hit with constantly throughout the year, ever since its first introduction in the first tournament. Since it does qualify as a console that you play across from your another player, it does technically hit all of those requirements set by the NVGA for an official board game. Therefore, it's an option for tournament competition. That's not my decision. That's the NVGA's decision. So I guess blame them. We'll see what goes on there. games reappearing so often is a little crazy. I understand that, but I believe the NBGA's stance on that one is sort of like having Duke in the NCAA tournament every year is kind of boring. They kind of just earn their way in there, so we kind of just go from there. The Princess Bride here, Netflix doesn't seem like a bad game in comparison. These are two pretty not great apples-to-apples style games back-to-back like that, which is going to be quite the scene to take a look. Don't Lose Your Cool is worse than the Rock, Paper, Scissors game because the Rock, Paper, Scissors game at least functions as Rock, Paper, Scissors. The forehead does not have a pulse, so that entire game is a waste of money. That is going... If that sentiment can be repeated throughout the voting base when these two meet in the first round, that is going to be a very interesting matchup. Those two are both going to be sort of peripherals that you don't really need in order to enjoy your time in a game. So being able to go up against that in the first round, I'm going to go ahead and say it. Rock, Paper, Scissors had a not great showing in the second tournament. After its incredible run in the first one, getting knocked out as early as it did in the second tournament was a huge blow to its seeding in this next one. At least that's what I imagine the NBGA thought process was there. So if it gets knocked out round 1 as a 5 seed, that is going to be a huge blow to its legacy. And finally, our last hot take so far, 2-15 is a hydrogen bomb versus a coughing baby, and Ritz Bits has insane potential to go far. That one from Fire. I do think that Ritz Bits could be a sleeper hit here because it already has a ton of momentum going into the tournament. However, a lot of people need to be looking at the number 1 overall seed. Global Survival is here with a mission. Knocked out in the first tournament in the first round as a 2 seed against Bean Boozled, and then not making the second tournament due to not getting the required audience votes to get a returning competitor ticket. This game has a chip on its shoulder, and if it goes up against Ritz Bits in round 2, I think that Ritz Bits has a lot going for it. I think it gets atomized. I don't think it really has a chance to stand up at that level. As you might have noticed, just like in the Global Survival stream, I don't have a cool outro for that like I did the news one either, because I'm kind of running this all solo. So, we've got everything we've got there, we've got everything we've got here, and we've got 16 games already revealed. So, let's go ahead and move on to our second group of games, heading on over now to the Stank region. The Stink region game's already revealed, so let's hop on over to the other side of the bracket and hope that everything works as intended this time. Looks like we've got ourselves the correct stuff going on this side. Head on down to the next one here, and we will go ahead and see if that works before we get it. It says that it's playing. Let's hope that it's actually playing. As we move on now to the Stank region. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves another 16-game group that I hope you are ready to see, because, baby, this is good. I need to just add a couple things here, make sure I'm in the right section, and we will be able to go. Highly recommend getting a full... Yep, okay, and we've got it, yep. Yeah, this takes a lot of putting stuff together in order to get the... There we go. All right. So, now able to reveal the Stank region, let's go ahead and see who's going to be competing here in the opening round. Starting off with the top half of the Stank region, we have the number 1 seed, Video Grin and Barrett. Video Grin and Barrett is, of course, the classic, hysterical, and loving Oh gosh, I do not want to send this guy over to you. But there he is! Hysterical Eddie here, ready to give you a phenomenal time. In fact, I think Hysterical Eddie is so excited to meet you guys that he wants to say a few words. Eddie, you take the floor. Oh wait. That's not going to be
your
so excited.
Okay. Wanna know why?
He wants to say
Before you begin, it's a sin to grin.
Oh wait. That's not Ah, Eddie. I love Eddie. I love Eddie. Eddie is a treat. Oh, please don't do it again. So, Video Grin and Bear It, of course, is the classic board game that allows Eddie here to attempt to force you and your friends to undergo various challenges in order to try to make each other laugh. Eddie is, of course, not a fan of laughter, but he still wants to make you laugh in order to punish you for it. So he will divvy out various challenges that the judge will then spectate to make sure that you aren't laughing. You laugh, you lose. Haters of the game say, what the ever-loving crap am I even looking at here? It comes with a terrifying host, a bevy of obscene challenges, and just a all-around horrible atmosphere. The aim of the game is to, of course, have as little fun as possible, so throughout the entire time, you're not going to be having any fun at all. However, fans of the game say that making your friends do ridiculous things is fun and will continue to be fun. The absurd nature of the game befits its adults-only crowd, and honestly, Sourpuss the Cat is a national treasure. You cannot get much better than Sourpuss the Cat. So, let's see who Eddie will be going up against in the first round. We have the number 16 seed, Avatar: The Last Airbender, Oh My Cabbages. Avatar: The Last Airbender, Oh My Cabbages is the 2021 board game that sees you take up the shoes of various members of the Avatar crew. In order to open up their cabbage stands and go around the world, you will utilize their various bending powers to do business from all four corners of the world, all four nations, including the Fire Nation, Earth Kingdom, and the other two. This game is, of course, a tie-in with Avatar, and yes, you can also play as the Cabbage Merchant. Haters of Avatar: The Last Airbender, Oh My Cabbages, say that, oh boy, this one has an absolutely awful rulebook. An awful rulebook, and on top of that, bad balance on the cards. The components somehow were consistently misprinted on the initial versions of the game too, with some of the materials pouring over into the money and cards, making the game borderline unplayable. That was, of course, eventually fixed with additional versions, but it was still a massive problem on release. Plus, the massive luck elements at play in the game make it really difficult to operate your cabbage business effectively, making this one more of a luck-based version than any type of fun business scenario with Aang and the crew. However, lovers of the game say that this one has a ton of fan service for fans of the show. The Cabbage Merchant, of course, being one of the fan-favorite side characters, getting his own game is always a good time. And the list of different actions available to you add a ton of options to your strategies. It also turns players against each other to create business tension among your friends, and that's always going to be a grand old time. On to our next matchup in the Stank region, we find the number 8 seed, Public Assistance. A tournament classic. Public Assistance sees players go around the board attempting to live off of various welfare handouts in order to make the most money without having to do any work at all. This is, of course, a 1980s banned game classic, getting so much backlash that publishers pulled the game from their, stores pulled the game from their shelves in order to salvage a little bit of goodwill from their customers. This is an all-time classic from Hammerhead Enterprises. Haters of public assistance are many. It is unbalanced on purpose, but not in a fun way. It was made to make a point and forgets to be a good game along the way, like its brother Capital Punishment, and it contains much darker elements that could seriously throw off any players trying to have fun. You will be going through a standard game of public assistance, and then some of the working man's burden cards can end up being very dark in an otherwise light-hearted game. Lovers of the game, meanwhile, say that it is a completely ridiculous title that should and could be brought out for small gatherings. Its unbalanced nature of the game is deliberate to reinforce the point, and running away games are very hard to achieve due to the randomized pathing brought on by the board. Depending on which side you are on, you will get a very different experience out of the theming, but no matter who you are playing with, it is likely that you are not going to have a good game. Public assistance will, of course, be going up against the number 9 seed of the Stank region, Pug U. A first tournament competitor that was upset in the first round, Pug U has re-qualified for the tournament due to just how bad some of these cards really are. You can see there as one of them comes up on screen. Pug U attempts to have you insult your friends through various cards in order to try to get them to not only put your friends down, but also really make them feel like they don't deserve to be your friends. Pug U, of course, being one of these first tournament options that we did not know a lot about, we're expecting some possible resurgence from this title due to how mean-spirited the cards are. Pug U, of course, has some haters in its way. It goes way past being funny mean and into rude and insulting for your friends, and is easily replicated by any asking questions social games, one of the premier options, of course, being something like Paranoia. It is also going to likely result in a tense vibe for the rest of the night, so it is going to be nearly, or at least very difficult to find a group that you will play this with where somebody isn't going to have a really bad time. However, lovers of the game say that the funny cards allow you to make fun of your friends pretty easily. It's quick to learn and easy to pick up and play, and it offers some good artworks with some cute pugs on offer. That is, of course, if you like the look of pugs. If you don't, it's going to end up being a negative for you. But hey, pugs have fans. That is a statement that I can make and not be fearful for getting blown up on. As we continue through the Stank region, we go down into the number 5 seed. One that you will likely enjoy, Joel Harden's Mogul. Joel Harden's Mogul, of course, is the critically acclaimed real estate trading game that offers so much detail. Let's put it like that. It is one of the most detailed real estate Monopoly ripoffs, offering you the ability to go around the Monopoly board with all the luck that you would normally expect, but all of the paperwork that you would expect to fill out from your actually purchasing a real estate property. We're talking APRs, we're talking mortgage rates, we're talking the value of other homes in the area, adjusting that. Baby, Mogul has got it all. Haters of Joel Harden's Mogul are all over the place. It is a Monopoly ripoff with amortization costs. How do you justify that? Mechanics are just as complicated in here as their real life real estate counterparts, and despite all of the unnecessary complexity on offer here, the winner still mostly comes down to luck like any standard Monopoly ripoff. So I don't even know if the detail-oriented crowd is gonna get what they're looking for. However, lovers of Joel Harden's Mogul say that this is the advanced property trading management game if you want complexity. Carries a fun loop of constructing, purchasing, and managing your real estate empire, and honestly could actually give you practice for purchasing a home in the future. If you get that option and you've played Joel Harden's Mogul, you might legitimately know what the steps are you need to go through without having to look them up. Joel Harden's Mogul will, of course, be going up against the number 12 seed of this region, the worst case scenario survival game. Number 12 seed in the Stank region, the worst case scenario survival game was another first tournament option that was unable to qualify for Tournament 2 and is back with a vengeance. The worst case scenario survival game is, of course, the trivia game based on the book series that attempts to have you determine what you would do in order to survive these worst case scenarios. And I want to point out a specific option in here that is very important to determining the quality of this trivia game. The worst case scenario survival game has a couple of different cards that operate as, what is the wording that I'm looking for here? Multiple answers can be correct at one point or another. You will need to be able to determine the correct answer out of a couple of different questions that have multiple correct answers looking for one specific one. There is a pretty egregious example from a swimming question that is escaping me at the current moment. But big trust in me that this one really does operate very strangely as a trivia option. Questionable wording can lead to multiple answers being right at once is a big portion for the haters, and the game can legitimately end within just a few turns. It also offers some genuinely unhelpful advice for a survival game, sort of like the question, how to determine if you are a high-risk kidnap candidate, and the answer is, you are a U.S. businessman working for a Fortune 500 company. I guess the worst case scenario offering on there is just don't be successful, so good luck! Moving on from there, the lovers say that it is a fun trivia game themed around the book series. It is easy and quick game to convince friends to play, and it might end up helping you if you do end up encountering a worst case scenario that the game ends up helping you with. So, the number 12 seed will move on from there. The Stank region continues on from here for our last matchup in the top portion. The number 4 seed, oh, it's Target the Game of Life. You freaking failure. Alright, Target the Game of Life is the classic Target-centric Game of Life game that everyone loves to play. Now, in the Target the Game of Life, you maneuver around your standard Target supermarket trying to find the best priced items in order to make it out of the store with as much money in savings as possible. Not all superheroes wear capes, some wear red shirts, and if you can get through Target finding some good deals, then you might just win this Target takeover. Target the Game of Life has a numerous amount of haters, one of them definitely being me. It is just straight up not the Game of Life. This is not a Game of Life game. This is a Target shopping game that they slapped the Game of Life on. The game is extremely boring, definitely earns the moniker of a board game because you will get no enjoyment at any time while playing this heap of trash. And the rules encourage you to save money. This is one of the more questionable parts of it. You are encouraged to try to make out of the store with as much savings as possible, but the rules directly tell you that spending more money on impulse buys is a good thing that you should do, and it's also cool and awesome. I love this game. It's a great game. I'm definitely a part of this red category here. But lovers of the game say that it does have a pretty interesting idea for a shopping-focused game. It has a lot more player choice and urgency than regular life, as whoever finishes the game first makes out with increased savings, and apply for the Target Circle Red Card for an extra 5% off all of your Target purchases. Go to www.target.com/circlecard/credit card application for your ability to fill out your chance of getting a Target Circle Red Card. 5%, that is good stuff. Yeah. Target the Game of Life, currently on my shelf, out of my arm's reach of being able to get beaten up again, will be going up against the number 13 seed of the Stank region. The Spin the Bottle game? The Spin the Bottle game, baby! Spin the Bottle is the Hasbro Classic title that allows you... that is fun for the whole family. Fun for the whole family, this Spin the Bottle game title is. Oh, yes. So you will spin the bottle in teams of 2 and try to find out what various amount of challenges that you will be engaging in. This could engage physical challenges, all types of manner of challenges with family, and of course, you can also end up kissing someone. Kissing someone is a part of the game. Fun for the whole family. Fun for the whole family. Oh boy. Haters of this Hasbro title say that fun for the whole family. Oddly, this is one that is more restrictive than playing with the homemade version, as it comes with a set grouping of challenges instead of just being able to make up your own challenges of the game. And why am I paying for the privilege of playing Spin the Bottle, Hasbro? Can you answer that one for me? Can you answer that one for me, please? Oh, that's a good one. Lovers of this game are on some type of list, but also say that it adds a team mechanic to shake up the classic Spin the Bottle formula. It also provides stunts for you to do so that you don't have to make your own, saving you on some precious brain power in that regard. And hey, it could still lead to you getting a kiss. And that's a positive, apparently. Fun for the whole family. Alright, as we continue down this absolute wasteland, we get to actually, has this been playing the whole time? It has. We get to switch to a different one of these if it decides to play, as we transition now into the second half of the Stank region. The second half of the Stank region, hopefully bringing in some absolutely stellar board games. I'm seeing this right now. Let's go down to the bottom and meet, starting from the ground up, starting with the 15 seed. The Book of Mormon Quest. Book of Mormon Quest is the 1995 title that sees you attempt to work through the Book of Mormon. Let me see if I can grab the... Oh, and I've lost the plot. Where did the images go? Book of Mormon Quest has broken my images, and here we are. We've got it. The Book of Mormon Quest sees you work through a Ludo-style board, rolling a D12 dice on a 24-space board. You will go around trying to operate correctly, trying to answer Mormon-based trivia in an effort to move down from your horrible space of Earth up to the wonderful celestial kingdom. Phenomenal stuff there on the Mormons, baby. The Book of Mormon Quest has quite a few haters on it, saying that it is a trivia game, but one with added luck elements, such as giving your opponent a boost or giving you a penalty. From rolling the dice, mind you, not from actually getting a question wrong or something. Due to this, knowing the most Mormon does not guarantee that you'll end up winning the game at all. And in addition to that, using a D12 movement die on a board with 24 spaces is definitely a choice that was made. However, fans of the Book of Mormon Quest board game are likely 1, Mormon, and 2, likely to point out that it will assist you in learning more about the Mormon faith. Knowing more Mormon does give you a better shot at winning the game, other than just, it won't guarantee that you'll win it, but it does give you a better shot. And the game allows players to get streaky to quickly get back into games later. Now, to be fair, this is not on here due to it just being Mormon. It's mostly due to it being on here of all of these terrible things that you would put into a trivia game. Why does it include luck-based elements? Going up against the Book of Mormon Quest, we have the number 2 seed of the Stank region, 24, the DVD board game. 24 the DVD board game is the 2000s title that sees you attempt to work together with Jack Bauer to stop a terrorist threat. Along the way, you will encounter various horrible mini-games that you will have to try to make your way through, attempting to shoot terrorists, decrypt codes, and various other things on the television screen, while theoretically moving around the board to some degree or another. If you can manage to make it past the minigames, you might be able to stop the terrorist threat and save Los Angeles. Let's hope that that is something that you are able to do. Haters of 24 the DVD board game say that the board included with the game does not get used. It absolutely just does not get used at all. At no point are you supposed to use the board in 24 the DVD board game. The cards provided with the game also give you absolutely no help despite being called clues, so that's another awesome. And who in their right mind gave the idea of reaction-based challenges on a freaking DVD remote? This was just a good idea all around, gotta say. Lovers of the game, meanwhile, say that the hidden role mechanic that the mole presents could add a bit of tension to the game, and that Kiefer Sutherland reprising his role as Jack Bauer is really cool for fans of the show to get to experience. It's also technically 2 different games in one, with the initial one and then extended play being an entire other board game, so hey, you get an added additional value there. Moving on to our next matchup, we have the number 10 seed in the region. It's Candyland, baby! You can't have a worst board game tournament without including Candyland. Candyland, the classic children's title, of course, sees you try to maneuver around the Candy Kingdom, moving through various candy areas and meeting fabulous candy characters and doing all sorts of incredible candy things as you sit there and draw a card for hours on end until this gosh dang thing is eventually over. We all love Candyland. It is a classic. Absolutely. Oh, don't look at that. Candyland, of course, has its plenty of haters. It's a classic wait and see who wins title. No points do you do anything to improve your odds of winning. And the complete and utter lack of fun that it offers for those above the age of 5 is very, very egregious. Lovers of the game, meanwhile, say that it is a phenomenal game that is a first introduction for the concept of board game mechanics for young kids. It's a very low-maintenance game that can allow you to easily talk while you are playing, and it can hold kids' attention for a while they try and figure out how to play the game. Good one on offer. Now, I'm going to make sure we are going to take a small cut to the cam while I make sure that I don't end up... yep, that was a good idea, because that was on the wrong side of the screen as we go back to the regular one. Thank goodness. That would have been really bad if that was up there. So, as we continue up the Stank region, Candyland will be going up against the number 7 seed, Non-Partisan Uno. Non-Partisan Uno is the classic Uno title that sees players try to make it through an entire game of Uno without mentioning politics a single time. Non-Partisan Uno, of course, is going to be quite the tricky affair, as if you've ever played a game of Uno, it is going to be a heavy political themed option throughout the entire game. But if you try your very best and you can possibly make it through, you could potentially avoid the veto card, which will stop you in your tracks if you try to mention politics. This is not working properly. Why is this worked properly the first time around? And we're back. Non-Partisan Uno, of course, has its haters. Haters, of course, mentioning that it removes the ability to talk about politics during Uno, which was the best part! You can consider pretty much anything political when playing Non-Partisan Uno. The fact that there is a green card in there at all is already an option, despite them doing their best with attempting to remove the red and blue cards. And also, Non-Partisan Uno just does not work in countries that have different party colors for their political parties. If you have an orange or a green party in your political system, like the US does, then this just doesn't work. So good on Mattel for trying their best there. The lovers, meanwhile, say that they really do enjoy how it removes the ability to talk about politics during Uno, which was one of the most controversial parts of the standard game. Plus, 2 new Uno colors. Who could go wrong with 2 new Uno colors? And a bit of strategy offering here. If you don't have any matching cards to play, you can strategically talk about politics to have someone play the veto card on you, which will automatically get your turn skipped, and therefore not forcing you to draw because you don't have a card to play. So just keep that in mind if you ever find yourself running this one. Moving on to the next matchup in the Stank region, we have the number 14 seed. Oh, WWB! It's everyone's favorite competitor, WWB! Oh boy, it's everyone's favorite. Oh my gosh. Let me pull up the pictures for the absolute classic. WWB is the classic tournament competitor game that sees you have to move your way through 100 cards in order to get to the stops. Only being able to move forward if you can roll 2 5s in a row on 2 separate dice. If at any point you do not roll a 5 on your second roll, you are immediately sent back to the start, baby. Everyone loves WWB. It is one of the favorite competitors ever to hint the tournament. But for the few haters of World's Worst Board Game out there, it's literally called World's Worst Board Game. It is by far the worst. It was designed on purpose to be the most mind-numbing gaming experience as possible. And forget human lifespan. Multiple computers have crashed trying to run simulations of this game. You can see here in Simulation 3, run by Beer Money Engine, the computer crashed after getting to player 1 reaching space 17 out of 100 on turn, I believe that is hundreds, thousands, millions, turn 35 trillion. So in terms of being able to finish this one, no. But lovers of the game say that it accomplishes exactly what it sets out to do. It aims to be the world's worst board game, and it is the world's worst board game. Being carried entirely in a bag, it provides easy transport for on-the-go tournaments, and it is an easy game to learn and simple gameplay for you to get into. WWB, baby, I'm expecting big things from it this year. Let's see who it's going up against in the first round in the Stank region. The number 3 seed, Ms. Monopoly. Ms. Monopoly is the 2019 game that sees freaking Ms. Monopoly here, the niece of rich Uncle Pennybags, provide you with a fresh wage gap mechanic that I'm sure everyone just loves to be hounded with. Ms. Monopoly, of course, offers women who play the game a boost on the starting money, men making $1,500 and women starting with $1,900, and every time you pass go, men will make approximately 30% less than women on their go trip. I believe the number off the top of my head is 200 for men, 240 for women. This also offers you the ability to not have to bother with the tricky housing market from standard Monopoly, setting you down to one headquarters instead of regular stuff. So, from this feminist phenom, we have the wage gap mechanic being widely hated by everybody around. One of the worst board game mechanics ever conceived, and in addition to that, a gutted housing system oversimplifying the game a ton. These poor implementations of the Ms. Monopoly theme is completely undercuts the game's own message, as it comes across as patronizing to the women instead of empowering for them. So that received a lot of backlash upon release from that area. However, fans of Monopoly say that it does have some good bits to it. It brings attention to woman-made inventions and inventors, all of the properties being based off of inventions made by women. It offers a quicker ending to regular Monopoly, meaning that you won't get hit with the Monopoly endgame syndrome. Once all the properties are purchased, the game will end. And I'm going to be honest, I was searching for a third benefit here, and all I could come up with was that you could play as a wine glass. This is a big one. So, Ms. Monopoly is the second to last matchup there. Going into the last matchup of the Stank region, we have the number 11 seed, the NBC TV News game, featuring lovable NBC TV host Chet Huntley. The NBC TV News game offers players a wide variety of options here. You go around the NBC TV News board answering all of the most pressing current events from 1962, all while being overseen from the beautiful skylight and beautiful host that was once the NBC anchor, Chet Huntley. Haters of the NBC TV News game say that it is one of the dullest themes ever put into a board game. Could you imagine getting the 60 Minutes board game or the CNN in 10 board game? That's exactly what we're dealing with here, but from 1962. The current events including in the game were outdated a year after it was released, and you don't really need to get a question right to steal a space, you just need to remember the question someone else got right. One of the things I discovered with the NBC TV News game is that to earn a space you need to get the question that is asked correct, but then you place that card under the space, and if someone else lands there, they just need to remember what the question was you answered, not the correct answer that you gave, which is one of the strangest space-stealing mechanics from a trivia game I have ever seen. Lovers of the NBC TV News game, however, say that it is a trivia game specializing in questions around the 1962 area. It can help you learn country capitals with the country capitals questions, you know, if those countries still exist. And it features Chet Huntley, former NBC TV News anchor Chet Huntley. What other board game offers that? I can't think of any off the top of my head, so hey, Chet Huntley, baby. Let's go! Chet Huntley will, of course, be going up against the number 6 seed of the Stank region, the final game that will be competing in this region, Time Control. Time Control, much like Global Survival, was a number 2 seed in the first worst board game of all time tournament that was quickly eliminated close to the first round. What you do in Time Control is attempt to fight other agents in various stages of time, being prehistory, the future, the near future, the distant past, all while trying to guard your area of time from other Time Control agents. If this sounds extremely confusing, let me explain why that is. Time Control has been widely regarded as having some of the most poorly structured rules, in addition to it being a game about time travel. Any action that you undergo in the game can be interrupted by another agent, and that interruption can also be interrupted by another agent. But that other interruption that was interrupted can then be interrupted by the first agent that was originally interrupted, which can then, of course, be interrupted by the other guy that interrupted the first guy's action, which was interrupted by his interruption, and that guy's interruption was interruption over and over again until somebody just decides to not interrupt anything anymore. Also, battles between time agents are automatically rerun every time someone loses. So in a time match, you will go up, roll the dice, whichever one is lower loses, and then that battle is automatically rerun until he loses again, which just makes every time battle a best of 3, but they're not supposed to be a best of 3. So the rule structure is just genuinely horrible. At least that's what the haters say. The lovers of the game, meanwhile, say that this is an awesome time travel theme and an idea for a board game. Several different timelines to keep track of force players to plan ahead with their possible interruptions and time patrol mechanics, and all players taking their turn simultaneously produces really chaotic effects that you honestly won't find much anywhere else. And that, my dear viewers, is the Stank region. All 16 games that will be competing in the Stank region of the tournament, which will be featured right alongside the other 16. We have now officially met half of the tournament people so far, and so from here, we will have to see who will be possibly making it in after. Of course, that entirely depends on what the NBGA selection committee selected, so as I begin to fix the big board up there, I will offer the same polls. Get your hot takes in now for when I can do that. And remember, we're only halfway through it right now, so your board game that you're waiting on still could make it in, but it's not guaranteed. We'll be meeting the games competing in the Stunk region right after this.
This is Candyland, a place you pretend to visit when you play this game. The cards show you how to follow the path through Candyland. You'll discover the gingerbread plum tree, a rainbow pass, and Gumdrop Mountain. But be careful of the cherry pitfalls, and don't get stuck in Molasses Swamp. You don't have to know how to read or count to have loads of fun in Candyland. Candyland, a game for people 4 to 8 from Milton Bradley.
Remember Candyland, your first game? Now you can share the memories because you'll find it's still the same. No reading necessary. From Milton Bradley.
There's so much fun for everyone. The game of Candyland. Candyland, a place that's made of sweets and yummy treats.
Will you be the first to my castle?
In the game of Candyland.
Race on the rainbow path. Match colors. And treats.
A shortcut.
Be the first to the castle to win.
Yes!
Welcome. You won the game. Candyland, the Kingdom of Sweet Adventures game.
Remember Candyland, your first game? Now you can share the memories because you'll find it's still the same. No reading necessary. From Milton Bradley.
Want to play Candyland?
Sure. You know, it was my first game, too.
You remember?
I'll always remember Candyland. Milton Bradley makes special games for the play school years, like Candyland and Chutes and Ladders.
I'm looking for a little boy and a little girl who are too small to be able to read yet. And let's see. There they are. Now, do you know what? Milton Bradley has made a game just for you, and it's called Candyland. And you don't have to be able to read to be able to play it. And is it ever fun? Watch. Now, each of you has a gingerbread man like this. Now, you draw a card, and on the card there's a color. And you move your gingerbread man to the square that has the same color. And off you go on a thrilling trip through the peppermint stick forest and up over the gumdrop mountains. And the first one to reach home sweet home wins the game. Candyland. It's a game just like the older kids play, but it's your very own. Ask for Candyland. It's fun. And who makes the best games in the world?
Milton Bradley!
Get Candyland.
Remember Candyland, your first game? Now you can share the memories because you'll find it's still the same. No reading necessary. From Milton Bradley.
Welcome back. We've got Red Shirt Cam here, ready to take another look at the big board with your hot takes. So, one of the hot takes that I did manage to see during the thing was somebody questioning where it is possible to buy WWB, possibly trying to get it disqualified before it even starts the tournament itself. And while that would have been awesome for it to just get disqualified and never get to compete again, originally it was sold as part of a charity event where you could purchase the game for a charitable donation. So while it is impossible to buy now, much like non-partisan Uno and a bunch of these other games that are on offer, since it was able to be purchased at one point in time, it does unfortunately qualify to make it back in the tournament. Now I had to take a couple screenshots of some of these so that I could see them. I think Time Control is worse than 24. Dumb, confusing, I don't know how anyone could play Time Control. Time Control is one of the lowest rated games on this entire board, sitting at, I believe, somewhere between a 2.1 and a 2.4 out of 10. So those rules were genuinely priced in for those ratings. It is one of the most confusing games I have seen, and it has the rating to back it up. So it could end up making a pretty decent run. As for some of the other ones, let's continue to look at these. Letting deliberately bad games like WWB in goes against the spirit of competition. I will agree that WWB does in fact carry that despicable, disgusting, how could you feel behind it, but hey, it keeps getting the votes to get in, and if it keeps getting the votes to get back in, it keeps getting back in. I don't know what to tell you. You guys gotta stop voting for it. Eddie is gonna sweep this whole thing. Horrifying to look at, extremely unfunny, and the game has the potential to make you break the law. Eddie is definitely a heavy hitter in this tournament. Video Grin and Barrett, one that you really got to keep an eye out on because Eddie just looks, Eddie is just unpleasant all across. There is the potential that this could be our adultery or our breaky of the tournament, where it just goes through and plows through every competitor with little to no competition. But I think in the Stank region, we do have quite a few heavy hitters that can give it a decent run for its money. Grin and Barrett is super overseeded. Now here we go. This is what I'm looking for. 24 and Mogul are both way worse. Grin and Barrett is a fully functional game at least. 24 doesn't even function, and Mogul makes my head hurt. Bias in the Weebgoat committee. Video Grin and Barrett does have a lot going for it in terms of the general appeal of a game itself. The rules are functional. The challenges make sense. Those are ones that really do give it an advantage over some of these other games that just straight up don't function. 24 does, I will give it credit, 24 does fully function as a board game, as a board game too, although you barely use the board. But it does function. You can beat it. I had to go through and make sure that you could beat it, but we did confirm that you can beat 24, so it technically functions. Does it function well? No, but it does, technically. If WWB doesn't deserve to be here, then CFNA doesn't deserve it either, both intentionally unplayable and drawn out. WWB was created with the intention to be the world's worst board game. TCFNA was created with the intention to be the most detail-oriented board game, and just as a symptom of that, it ended up being an absolute monstrosity to play in every sense of the word. So I wouldn't put them both on the same level, but I can see where you are coming from. It's just that TCFNA was designed for the love of the game. WWB was designed in contempt of the game. Next one up. The moment the rat shows up, it's over. The DVD games are going to be the highlight of the Weebgo. I will say, a strong showing from the video board games so far from the selection committee. Number 1 in the Stank region and number 2 in the Stank region, both very highly seeded games from the video board game conference. So if the rat ends up showing up some here and is also highly seeded, they could be one of the favorites to take home the crown. Moving to the next one here. Ms. Monopoly's wage gap can be broken by non-binary and gender-fluid people. Something to keep in mind for strategy. And then moving on to here. Eddie isn't as imposing as I think he wants to be. He's simply the new villain of the week. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't make it to round 3. This clown around town is going down. Big, very fighting words from against Eddie there, specifically considering how imposing he appears to be. But let's see how he would go by round 3, round 2, the terrible third. You could be making a good point there. Vinny O'Grin and Barrett, if it were to make it past these to get to the third round, could be going up against either Joel Harden's Mogul, Target the Game of Life, or even potentially Spin the Bottle Game. None of those games are easy to take down. They all have huge, massive negatives that put them as real heavy hitters, so Vinny O'Grin and Barrett could theoretically have one of the toughest paths to the Shabby semifinals out of any of the games we've seen so far. Just one that says Ronald Norad. I have a feeling time control is going to sweep the whole bracket. If people can get behind the absolute absurdity that is the time control rules, it really could have a chance. Do not reveal the rat he will get to. It's not up to me. It's up to the committee whether he was put on here or not. Eddie at least consumes people who can fight back. The rap preys on the weak. He's the boss, he's the boss, he's the boss, he's the boss. Let's continue. Let's put off the rat comparisons between Eddie until we can actually be sure that the rat is even in this tournament, as those are all going to fall apart if that absolute vermin didn't even manage to make it in. So, coming to some of the ones that I had to take screenshots of to keep an eye on. Non-partisan Uno isn't even that bad of a game. It's just standard Uno with a side of Streisand effect. That is an interesting one. I will say, the non-politics veto card that was added to the game, I mentioned it in the actual reveal of it. It does give it a bit of a strategic merit to where you purposefully talk about politics in order to avoid having to play a card at a specific point in time. If you can manage to weaponize that in your favor, it could legitimately benefit you and give Uno a bit of non-partisan Uno, a bit of strategic depth over even the regular version. So there is a possibility there for sure. Hot take, while I'm a sicko that wanted the Eddie versus Rat bloodbath early on, I will happily say that Target versus Spin the Bottle will be gory. This is going to be one of the toughest round 1 matchups to keep an eye on, especially with Spin the Bottle coming in at a 13 seed. Target the Game of Life and Spin the Bottle Game are two heavy hitters, and I'm really questioning why Spin the Bottle ended up making it as low as it did, considering that immense support that it had behind it to get into the tournament. That is definitely going to be one to keep an eye on, and the winner of this could potentially be one that makes it out of the Stank region if it's able to go up against this high-seeded matchup. Finally, I don't really care how effed up Grin and Barrett is, at least it's playable. What are those time control rules? Oh boy, oh boy. It is something. Those rules are, in fact, something to behold. So we'll keep an eye on these as we go forward. Keep an eye on the matchups. Keep an eye on what possibly could be coming soon as we move down into our next region. That's the best I gotta put this jacket back on every time. So as we transition now into the Stank, or the Stunk region, we did the Stank region. As we transition now into the Stunk region, let's go ahead and bring up those next couple of games. And I think we are going to have a crazy adventure on our hands for today, ladies and gentlemen. I think the Stunk region likely could be one of the best ones on offer. Let me see if I can pull up the right file. Here we go. As we go over to here, let me pull up the correct picture file. And there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to reveal the games that we'll be playing in the Stunk region. Starting off, of course, at the very tippity top, we find the number 1 seed of the Stunk region. The first play-in game in Weeb Goat history. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a very, very interesting introduction to the Stunk region, as we offer the first one where you will have to earn your spot in the tournament. Details of play-in game 1 will be revealed after the tournament, after the remaining selections have been confirmed, but as for now, that one will remain a mystery until the end of the show. The first play-in game of the tournament will be going up against the rest of this round, which we do know for right now. It will be going up against the 16th seed of the Stunk region, that is MetaZoo. MetaZoo is the trading card game that sees players attempt to, make this go over there. MetaZoo attempts to have players utilize various cryptids from around the United States on offer, with the main goal of utilizing their specific powers, which are all tied to various effects outside of the game itself, including weather, the nearbyness of certain flora, and various other things that could be taking place. I can pull up an example right now to show you as to what I'm talking about. As you can see here, this Cumberland Dragon, if there are flowers within 10 feet of the arena, Cumberland Dragon is distracted and cannot attack. Most of the cryptids in the MetaZoo lineup all have effects similar to this, where they will be impacted by this type of outside force. Haters of the game say that the power of your card changing with your surrounding area completely removes the ability to consistently build a decent engine or deck. This type of gameplay feature really makes it difficult to predict what kind of weather events or nearby areas they'll be facing when going up in, say, a tournament. And so it forces players to attempt to predict where they'll be playing and the literal weather nearby when they're playing the game, completely terrorizing any attempt at consistent deck building. However, fans of the game say the power of your card changing based on your surrounding area sounds incredible. An incredible idea that constantly keeps things fresh with how you play the game and what you can expect. And these fourth wall effects can make a crazy casual game with tons of gotcha moments, like, oh, we just so happen to be playing near a river, which gives me just enough points to beat you out, which could introduce some very, very fun moments for casual play. The Stunk region continues in our next matchup as we go to the number 8 seed. Gotcha! Gotcha is the 1969 board game that sees players try to work through 240 different spaces in a swingers drinking game setting. This is one of the biggest drinking games that I have ever ended up seeing, with all of these being ones that you must traverse, and a couple of different oddities taking place within this game. These are mostly brought up by the haters of the title, saying that it is a 240 space board that contains multiple go back to start spaces, featuring, I believe, anywhere from 6 to 8 of them throughout the board, one of them being on space 239. It also forces you in the game that to the point where you are not allowed to use the bathroom unless you land on one of 11 head spaces. Once you land on a headspace, you are then legally allowed to use the bathroom. It also has quite the concerning final space, as you might have seen in the slideshow, one entitled, "Go Get It, You Deserve It." Lovers of gacha, meanwhile, though, say that swingers are going to get exactly what they're looking for here. It offers literally hundreds of unique event spaces to help keep the game fresh, and is definitely going to give you the chance to drink at some point during your multiple hour-long adventure. So that is Gacha coming in at the number 8 seed. Of course, it will have to go through the number 9 seed in order to get through to the next round. That number 9 seed being the Oregon Trail card game. Another game featured in the first Weeb Goat tournament that ended up being eliminated early. The Oregon Trail card game sees a different type of trail be presented every time based on the cards you draw as you try to get all the way through the Oregon Trail to settle in your new area. This introduces a variety of effects, one of the most famous of which being the instant death cards that will immediately kill your character with no option to save yourself during this time period. This will in fact eliminate you from the game, and you have to watch everybody else play without you. This is one of the biggest points of contention for haters of the game, as these instant turn cards can happen from the very first turn, immediately eliminating you from the game and forcing you to just wait until it is over before you can even get the chance to play again. Card RNG also makes it nearly impossible to properly prepare or adjust to these events and options, and the rules are so poorly worded that they leave multiple ruling holes that need house ruling in order to properly fix. One of the worst ones being what happens when you cross rivers, as some of the options presented leave open spots on the dice, such as roll a 3 or a 5 to cross, but it doesn't tell you what happens if you don't, whether or not you fail to cross entirely, or if the wagon is destroyed, like in the standard Oregon Trail game. So that's something to keep in mind. However, fans of the game say that it is pretty accurate to the experience of playing the original game. Calamity cards force you to adjust to unforeseen problems, and the randomized trail cards mean that there is a new trip for you to go on every time, introducing a lot of replayability into the number 9 seed. The number 5 seed of the Stunk region is up next. We go to see who is up in that position, and it is Intelligent Design versus Evolution. This 2000s freaking game, trivia game questions you on various facts corresponding to the conversation between intelligent design and evolution. This utilizes various sources from across the globe for this, including Wikipedia.com, Wikipedia with a K, and Reader's Digest, in order to present an extremely biased view of the intelligent design versus evolution argument, brought to you by, of course, Kirk Cameron. The intelligent design versus evolution haters are numerous, to say the least. They say that this is some of the worst put together trivia questions on the market, falling victim to various different just awful trivia pitfalls, such as multiple answers being correct, none of the answers being correct, or being extremely subjective in the answers that it gives. The 250 questions total in a trivia game is a obscenely small amount, considering the original Trivia Pursuit that released 30 years earlier had 2,400 questions, and yes, citing sources such as Wikipedia.com for its answers, misspelling its own source. However, lovers of intelligent design versus evolution highlight that it does contain a much higher component quality than you would expect from a title like this. Could be fun to try and work your way through it with friends. And baby, Kirk Cameron is back! Yeah! We love Kirk Cameron! Oh, this is his third appearance on the channel. Give it up for Kirk Cameron, everybody. Give it up for Kirk Cameron. Third time's the charm. We love when he comes on. Yes, sir. Intelligent Design versus Evolution will be going up against the number 12 seed of the Stunk region, Mr. Bacon's Big Adventure. Mr. Bacon's Big Adventure is the Archie McPhee title that sees you go on a mad dash through Meatland as you try to make your way through the various meat-based obstacles and try to get your way to be the first to get into the frying pan. Mr. Bacon's Big Adventure utilizes a revolutionary spinner design as it has you move from place to place and also offers a secondary meat-based gameplay mechanic titled The Meat Feast, where you will get to attempt to work your way through the entire board every time landing on a space, earning you, or rather forcing you, to eat another piece of meat until somebody freaking wins. What a great idea. Exit this, apparently. Yes, because I moved it over. So haters of the game say that this is a meat combination of the worst parts of Candyland and Chutes and Ladders. It can take ages due to the limited space movement of the spinner, and the Meat Feast is a general health and safety hazard. You going up against the Meat Feast would genuinely put your heart at risk of some type of debilitating illness. However, lovers of the game say that the effect cards given by Mr. Bacon can help shake up the gameplay at any time. There are plenty of stressful areas as you try not to lose game progress, such as when you are approaching Vegan Alley or one of the bacon slides, and the Meat Feast is exactly what I want for dinner. If I'm being honest, dude, all of that meat, it looks delectable. I'm gonna say, Mr. Bacon, you've outdone yourself this time. Alrighty, moving on to the last matchup of the top half of the Stonk region, we see the number 4 seed in the region, Right or Racist. One of the premier games from come out of last year's tournament. Right or Racist is a game that I can be sure of. What you do in Right or Racist is attempt to work through various question cards that utilize statistics to see if you are right or you are racist, giving you a possibility of guessing whether or not the stereotype is correct or not, and if you say that it is, it isn't, you're racist, and if you say that it is, and it is, you're right. It also offers debate cards on offer, such as the hot dog is a sandwich, but in turn it also offers much more serious debate cards, such as those opinioning on certain political organizations or certain political topics, offering you the ability to have a final time talking politics with your family. Right or Racist has many haters, one of those being, pretty much anybody. This is about the last theme you'd expect for a party game, being am I right or am I racist? Absolutely. In addition to that, Right or Racist absolutely cannot decide on what vibe it is looking to bring to the function. And goodness freaking gracious, while you can possibly see the appeal of maybe just the trivia cards themselves in a certain light, the debate card is probably one of the worst ideas ever put into a game, simply telling you to get into a political argument with your friends. The lovers of Right or Racist, though, are out there. They say that it's not meant to be taken so seriously. It's more useful as tongue-in-cheek fun. Can be used to learn and spark conversations around touchy subjects, and it's apparently a good option to have at a bar. Because while I was at a bar at one point in time, they had board games on offer for the patrons to pick from, and right there on the shelf was Right or Racist, if you can believe it. I still am floored that I managed to run into this one in the wild. That was an experience I will not soon forget. Right or Racist will be going up against the number 13 seed of the Stunk region, Giant Spoons. Giant Spoons is a game where you play spoons, but bigger. This game gives you a deck of cards and a couple giant spoons, and then informs you that you should play spoons, giving you the rules for spoons and the spoons for spoons, and giving you the opportunity to play spoons. That's it. That's Giant Spoons for you. It's just spoons, but bigger. Haters of Giant Spoons say that, my guy, this is just spoons with bigger spoons. It changes absolutely nothing about the spoons formula. It's just spoons with bigger spoons. And honestly, I expected the spoons to be bigger in a game called Giant Spoons. Why are they not massive? They're just slightly bigger spoons. Whatever. Lovers of the game say that the spoons being partially bigger makes the spoons easier to grab for those that struggle with playing a normal game of spoons due to the spoons being too small. It is a good option for you if you end up traveling to places that have no spoons, giving you the option to play spoons in an area where you can't play spoons because there are no spoons there, like on a beach, and it comes with everything that you would need to play a game of spoons. But not just spoons, giant spoons. Yeah, we love giant spoons. Alright, moving down to the bottom half of the Stunk region, we have hopefully no more spoons, but we have a couple of other games that I think will be perfect for this tournament. Starting off with the number 15 seed, let's see what the selection committee has for us today. We have Happy Board Game! Happy Board Game is a classic game, being eligible for this because it was sold on Amazon and is not technically a bootleg title. There is nothing this is ripping off. It is just straight up a regular game. Happy Board Game sees you move around the board, going from space to space, enduring various effects, including just a various bunch of nonsense effects with various amounts of broken English. You can see here from the pictures that it is a phenomenal game to play with friends. And I don't believe at any point it tells you to drink. It just offers you different options, such as anything you would expect from a standard, no-nonsense, funny board game. Funny, happy board game. Heck yeah, baby. Happy Board Game, if you couldn't tell from my struggle to put together any type of notion, this is just genuinely one of the lowest quality board games I have seen just from components in general. It has confusing instructions on the effect spaces that can leave you clueless of what to do, including, yes, the perform birth event space, which I completely forgot about until now. And something to keep in mind if you have never seen Happy Board Game is that they printed the board dimensions on the mat. This is on the mat. This large size 27 by 19 inch comes on the board. That is not for decoration. That is part of the board game. However, lovers of Happy Board Game say that its small size of its box allows for easy transport and travel. The funny effects can make for some simple fun with friends, and my guy, it is just so bad that it comes right back around to being endearing. Who could get mad at 27 by 19 inch? This is just a happy board game. But it is coming in at the 15 seed, and the number 2 seed coming in at the Stunk region is a new one, being Shizap. Shizap is the number 2 seed of the Stunk region, being a version of Jenga that you play with pliers. Not just any pliers, though. These pliers come with metal on the outside, which will periodically electrocute the person playing the game at various points in an attempt to trip them up. This is a decision to be made, but yes, during the course of the game, it will electrocute you as you attempt to just play regular Jenga. Haters of Shizap ask the question, what if we played Jenga but I randomly electrocute you? How are you going to convince someone to play a game where they are going to be randomly electrocuted? And who in their right mind is out here getting electrocuted for fun? Well, that will be the levers, saying that getting electrocuted for fun sounds awesome, and I want to do that right now. It presents a ton of tension because you could literally be electrocuted at any moment, and it's great to see your friends react to the shocks, so long as you are not the one being electrocuted, as you just try to play a nice simple game of Jenga. Moving on to the next matchup in the Stunk region, we have the number 10 seed, that being Hit Send. Hit Send is the card game that sees you move through the deck of cards texting real-life people various phrases that you can draw from the cards. How it works is that somebody will pick the text that you must send, somebody will then pick a letter and number card mentioning possibly 3M being the third contact under M in your phone, and you will need to determine whether or not it is worth it to earn a point to text that person that phrase. This is, in fact, utilizing your actual contact list being actual text that you have to send. Haters of Hit Send say that I'm texting real-life people that I real-life know for points in this game. And if nobody commits to actually texting these people, then the game is going to turn very stale as you draw a card, give it to someone, they say no, and then you just continue on from there. It could also cause unnecessary stress in your real-world life if the wrong message gets sent to the wrong person, such as a potential ex that was mentioned in the promotional pictures. However, loving this game does come with a bit of leeway. Texting only goes as far as you are willing to commit to. The game does not force you to text the people in there. If you decide to not text, the person that gave you the phrase that you have to send gets the point instead of you. So if this would put you in a compromising position, you can always just say no, and you will be fine. This could also cause some very funny confusion among your friends if you end up going forward with the text option, and it's a pretty simple game for you to just jump into with friends. Can be brought out at any point in time. You could love it. Going against Hit Send in the first round, we have the number 7 seed of the Stunk region, Rat Splatter, baby! It's back and it's better than ever! Rat Splatter coming in at number 7. What's Rat Splatter? Well, I'm glad you freaking asked. Rat Splatter is the classic card game that sees you splat rats with a freaking anvil to earn points. You breed rats, you put them into a rat family pile, and then you smash them with an anvil in order to destroy all of the rats and earn points for every rat killed in this manner. Rat Splatter is a phenomenal game. Not from a gameplay or theming perspective, but just the general vibe that it presents. There is only one Rat Splatter, that is for sure. Haters of Rat Splatter say that the game... What is going on here? Who is looking to splat rats? Who is out here actually looking to splat rats? Honestly. Plus, this is a game that is easily replicatable just from an optimal move perspective. Every single time you try to make a move in Rat Splatter, you simply play one rat, play a rat of the opposite sex to breed that rat, then that allows you to play a third rat as their baby rat, and then you play an anvil on top of that to earn 2 points. If you are making any other move that is not this one, you are going to lose the game. It is also a game that is easily recreated with just a standard deck of cards, one that I managed to do with little issue just from theorizing about it for about 10 minutes. So you have absolutely no incentive to purchase this game itself, as you can just play it on your own without having to buy it at all. However, fans of Rat Splatter are not only numerous, but they are some cool dudes. It is the premier game for those out there looking to splat rats. A great time waster for when you need to blow less than 10 minutes. If you're looking to blow 10 or more minutes, then this is completely out of the wheelhouse for you. But if you are looking to blow less than 10 minutes, you ain't gonna get a better rat splatting option than this. It is also a good option for a social gathering since you can easily talk while playing, since if you don't have the right rat combo, you don't think about what you're doing at all. So, pretty easy to play, pretty easy to go. Rat Splatter comes in at number 7. Moving on to the next matchup in the Stunk region, it is the number 14 seed, Who's Your Daddy? Who's Your Daddy is the... Gosh, I just looked at the pictures of this one. I completely forgot about it. Who's Your Daddy sees you try to work through who you've gotten pregnant and who has gotten you pregnant, as you try to determine the father of the child that you have in custody in order to shake them down for paternity payments and make them flee the country to eliminate them from the game. This baby has some genuine haters behind it, because if we're being honest, what is this theme? This is quite the theme for you to devote your whole game to, and the game itself is not pretty good in terms of what you do after you're eliminated. As soon as you're knocked out, you must sit and wait for the game to end, which could take a decent period of time. And if you do not play this game with the right group, it is going to be a slog, as they are not going to be able to relate to the theme, and they are going to hate their entire time there. However, lovers of the game say that this game can definitely get exciting fast as the accusations start piling up. As soon as you point to someone, and they point to someone, and they point to someone, things are going to get heated fast, and the game is going to get exciting. It also forces players to adjust on the fly, or they will get stuck with multiple payments that they absolutely are not going to be able to afford. And so it's going to force a fun kind of tension between players instead of the wonky kind of tension that we've seen from some of the other games. Going up against Who's Your Daddy in the Stunk region, we find the number 3 seed, 15 Love. 15 Love is one of the most premier tournament titles that has ever graced the WBGOAT tournament. 15 Love, of course, is the tennis titan that sees you play a full game of tennis using nothing but rolling dice the entire time. Going from there, you must try to clear the ball over using nothing but luck, all while being overlooked by the man himself, Biggs Calderhead. 15 Love has plenty of haters behind it, saying that, what if we just played tennis with dice? Sounds good to me. This is a strategy-focused game that is majority luck. It says that you need to focus on strategy in order to operate properly, and yet if you do not get lucky with your rolls, you will 100% lose this game. It has absolutely zero business being as long as it is either, taking the full length of a standard regulation tennis match to win one game. However, lovers of the game would like to point out something that you cannot forget. This is Biggs Calderhead, leading tennis hustler, Eastern Seaboard. Once won $12,000 with one foot tied to a concrete block. Started tennis at age 3. Plays tennis like Spassky plays chess. Says a smart tennis player can beat a strong tennis player 5 games out of 7. This game shows what he means. And that is 15 Love coming in at the number 3 seed. Going into the last matchup of the Stunk region, we find the number 11 seed, Bottle Flip the Board Game. Bottle Flip the Board Game is the premier bottle flipping board game on the market, seeing you attempt to flip a bottle in various different ways in order to earn points as you try to become the best bottle flipper among your friends. Haters of Bottle Flip the Board Game say that, why exactly do I need to purchase a game about bottle flipping if I can just flip the bottle itself? It also contains a gameplay loop of slight variations of the exact same action, which will immediately get tired as you continue to go through the game. And this is a shining example of why you don't craft a board game around a trend, because eventually that trend's gonna go away and you're gonna be left with Bottle Flip the Board Game. Lovers of the game, however, say that this game is just flippin' awesome. The challenge throws really test your bottle flipping capabilities in new ways that you never probably would have considered before. It's an easy game to get into, understand, and quickly play, and it is, in theory, a dexterity game that relies almost entirely on one skill. So if you are looking for a skill-based board game, you really won't find too many better options than Bottle Flip. Going up against Bottle Flip, however, is the last game from the Stunk region, the number 6 seed, Mad Libs the card game. The Mad Libs card game sees people build freaking words. Get a load of this one. This one needs to be seen to be believed. So Mad Libs the card game sees players draw a handful of cards and then try to utilize the various nouns, adjectives, adverbs, regular verbs in order to construct a grammatically correct sentence. This sentence does not have to make sense in any narrative way, it just needs to make sense grammatically. So if you can find a way to do that and you can clear your handful of cards first or make just any sentence first, you win that round. There are some haters with this concept because due to this build any grammatically correct sentence, it is likely that the round will end before most players get a turn, as long as you just put a regular sentence out there that technically works grammatically. No other player will get to play the game. You will simply clear your hand on the first one, which is most likely to be done, and then the other players just have to eat the L. Winning off of your opening draw is so common that the rest of the rules really don't come into place, and it loses that Mad Libs charm since you don't get to add your own words to the cards, you just play somebody else's cards. Lovers of Mad Libs the card game, though, see it as a cool rummy-style option with Mad Libs fill-ins. Trying to make sense of the nonsense sentences that are played could theoretically be fun, and it carries that gin-style gameplay that can be picked up fast. And that will close out the Stunk region. Plenty of heavy hitters that are going to be competing in that one, and that means that we only have one more region left to go. So, as we've done with the rest, while I prepare the adjustments, send in those hot takes that maybe you can be able to slide the thought process of one of our other voters to agree with you. I'll be getting that set up, and once we come back, we will be able to see the games competing in our final region, the Stonk. We'll be right back. That didn't work at all. We'll be right back this time.
Girls are changing the world. Did you know that without girls, we wouldn't have Wi-Fi? Now you can celebrate the many game-changing girls in my new game, Ms. Monopoly. Dream big, buy cool inventions, and own it all with new Ms. Monopoly. How will you change the world?
You are a CTU agent working with Jack Bauer to stop a terrorist threat. You have 24 hours. Three days, 3 threats, 1 game. 24, the DVD board game.
Introducing Right or Racist. Stereotypes. Are they right or are they racist? Right or Racist is facts over feelings, a fact-based trivia party game examining stereotypes across different races, religions, gender, sexuality, and more.
Right or racist? That sounds mean.
Chill out, Snowflake. With Right or Racist, you'll learn interesting facts and confirm or combat stereotypes based on data and studies. And you'll debate and exchange viewpoints on the social political issues of our time. So grab your racist uncle and your feminazi girlfriend and let's play.
Y'all ready?
He's in a shopping center now, showing you how. Having fun as he ain't. Hey, Rap Rat's the name, the video board game.
Rap rat!
For kids who just want to have fun, so turn on your set, slide in the cassette and play.
Rap rat!
It's VHS, it's A-OK, it's kids' entertainment that's here to stay, the video board game.
Rap rat!
So get mellow, get yellow, get the video board game, Rap Rat. He ain't no ghost, he's the most. The video board game, Rap Rat.
Welcome back. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Welcome back to the board. Do not try to do this being the only person on the production team. We just revealed the Stunk region and we've got ourselves a bunch more hot takes to take a look at. Rat Splatter is just edgy and mediocre. Hit Send can ruin lives. It's peer pressure, ruin your relationships, the game, versus lol, kill animals. That is a very good point. No matter how much you hate splatting fictional rats, Hit Send does force you to engage in real relationships. So that could impact the voting for that one, absolutely. I can absolutely see that type of thought process, if it ends up being the premier opinion, could actually get Hit Send into the next round. Grin and Bear It is a genuinely good game with a spooky yet funny host. I don't get why it's so high. It's mainly, it has a lot of momentum behind it, and we think that it can, the NBGA thinks that it can do very well in the tournament, so that's why it's going off there. You do have to play off of the voters a little bit when doing something like this, and that's why we think that Grin and Bear It has that such of a good chance. Happy Board Game, using AI-generated images to promote itself, genuinely, definitely polluted some rivers, putting it on the same level as Breaky. That is true. We cannot confirm if in the game itself of Happy Board Game that it utilized AI images, because the broken English could simply come from some bad translations. However, we can confirm that AI-generated images were used in some of the ads. So if that impacts your voting in some way or form, Happy Board Game could actually end up a chance of being the second 15 seed to ever win. It is going up against a very tough one there in Shazap, which carries a lot of pain, actual physical pain, behind its gameplay. Praise the Rat, he's the boss. We did just see the Rat there with his critical commercial. Love that ad, have it pretty much memorized. But I'm surprised that we haven't seen the Rat here yet, and I'm starting to get a little worried. But I'm sure that he'll be fine. He had a very good tournament last year. He's got a lot of momentum behind him. I'm sure he'll be coming up, potentially. The problematic bowl of Right or Racist versus Evolution or Design is going to be a bloodbath and very controversial, but I think Right or Racist can pull it out. That is one that I want to jump into here. Look at the potential option at number 5 versus number 4 in round 2. Intelligent Design versus Evolution versus Right or Racist could be a round 2 matchup. That right there could be one of the toughest matches to determine out of the entire bracket as a whole, and it is coming in at round 2 potentially. Of course, they will have to make it past both Mr. Bacon and the giant spoons of giant spoons to get there, but in terms of which one would come out in that situation, I genuinely have no idea. That one can go any which way for sure. Oh, we got a few more coming in now. We've got the Rat. Rap Rat is the common rider ghost of this bracket. It's touted as the embodiment of Satan, but it is just That is a reference to something that I do not understand, but I will go ahead and try to make sense of it. So, ghost of the bracket, touted as the embodiment of Satan, but it's just I mean, it does have quite a few gameplay mechanics that really set it apart, which, I mean, I could get into if it appeared at some point in time, but I'm not going to get into a game that I don't know is even on here, so I guess we'll put that off until later to see if it actually makes it in. If I'm playing a game called Big Spoons, I want to use the spoons from the Only a Spoonful meme. That is a good point. The spoons are not that much big. I mean, I'd say that the spoons in Giant Spoons are probably this big, which, decent sized spoons for sure. You could definitely use those spoons for like a soup bowl. It could be a mixing spoon for sure. But for a game entitled Giant Spoons, I'm expecting a spoon like this big. I want gosh dang giant spoons. These are slightly bigger spoons. Moving from there, speaking of the spoons, Jenga but occasionally you get shocked is baby food compared to Writer Racist and Hit Send. Anyways, spoons! Baby, put the spoons. Viney LP is rooting for spoons all the way. And in addition to that, he does bring up a very good point. Or, they do bring up a very good point. Shizap has that electrocution option that could really set it apart from the components of the other people. But if the voting public decides that getting electrocuted during the game isn't really that bad, or could end up actually being a little fun, then we could be seeing quite an early exit opportunity for the 2 seed here, in which case any of these games coming out of the Stunk region could really operate as that potential Shabby Semis competitor. You really got to watch out here because the potential for these is pretty high. One that I also want to take a look at. The only one here that even has a chance is Writer Racist. The Stunk section does have some early duels, but it won't make it far besides R and R. Writer Racist, one of the surprising huge competitors out of the tournament last year, made it all the way to the Queasy quarterfinals before it was eventually taken out by the later champion Breaky. So we really don't know how high Writer Racist's ceiling is, because it went up against the winner of the tournament. So you might want to keep an eye on that one, as it really could set itself apart there. Going to the next one, if the Rat doesn't get in, but TCFNA did, the NBGA needs to rethink its position. That is true, but remember, TCFNA did get second last year, and the Rat got fourth after a surprising Biggs upset in the third place match, where 15 Love beat the Rat by 4 total votes. So the Rat sure does have a lot of potential behind it, but they may have looked towards that failure in that spot to really impact that decision. We'll have to wait and see. Get electrocuted at most only ruins your day. Hit send can ruin your life. I'm seeing a lot of discussion around the 7-10-2-15 matchup here. A lot of people are expecting Shizap to clear Happy Board Game, but there is a lot of momentum behind Hit Send that you might be able to legitimately see this as a possible early exit for the 2 seed. From what I'm seeing on here, a lot of people are talking about Hit Send as a potential deep threat, a dark horse, if you will. Mad Libs can have 1-turn wins without the other players being able to move. What does it think it is? Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! That is a very good point. But at least in modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, you have to construct your deck to be able to do that. In Mad Libs, that just gets handed to you. Imagine playing a game where you don't think at all and you just lose. You don't even get the chance to even pick up your deck because you've already lost. I did get one on here. It's just inverted Tritone being a genuinely nice with a couple compliments. Why, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, we've got a lot of great options here from this one. KR Ghost is a Toku show. Unfortunately, I still don't know what that means. We are getting no closer to actually figuring this out. I'm running this tournament. I don't have time to watch the Toku, whatever a Toku is. But I agree. Now, something that we might want to keep in mind as we get into the next region is that we don't want to forget about the number 1 seed here. Play-in 1. This is going to be a play-in match that will take place after the tournament has ended, and we don't know currently what this is. We're talking about Shizap and how likely Ryder Racist or Hit Send could potentially make it out of this region, but we still don't even know the 1 seed. How the play-in games work is that they're supposed to determine who gets into the tournament between 2 people, and then they go on from there. But for the play-in number 1 to be for a number 1 seed, to be one of the favorites to win the tournament based off of a play-in game, those have to be some really serious competitors. So we'll have to keep an eye out on how those end up going. Giant Spoons apparently being... We have another option here. Giant Spoons apparently being 45 buckaroos is almost making me consider it over Ryder Racist. I'm going to need a fact check on that one later before the actual voting kicks off, but if Giant Spoons is legitimately $45, then that might honestly put it above rock, paper, scissors for me. That is outright disgusting. We get hit with another. love the wipe back into me after just a great bunch of silence. All right, so now we're back in, and we've only got 1 region left to reveal. Now this one includes a couple. We'll have to see, but I believe this one might include some audio clips, so you might have to stick with me on this one. We might have to play it a couple times, or actually I can just do that, and then it won't play. So we'll be good. Alrighty, so going over to the last region in the bracket, we find the Stonk region. And this time, I have already pulled up the correct images, so we don't have to wait this time. So let's head on over down to the bottom and meet the final 16 games that will be competing in the Weebgoat Live. Starting off in the Stonk region, we have our final number 1 seed of the tournament. Am I Racist? Am I Racist is the number 1 overall seed for one reason in particular. This is a version of... This is a completely independently produced version of Right or Racist that was produced by an entirely different personnel group. This takes the regular gameplay loop of Right or Racist, the stereotype cards, the debate cards, the regular racist cards, and everything else, and puts it all into its own game. This is... I'm going to go ahead, before we hear from the guy, the creator himself, I'm going to go ahead and get straight into the haters group here. This is a ripoff of the critically acclaimed game Right or Racist. It takes the game structure, everything, and even steals the scoring charts. You know what? We're going straight into this one. Look, from what you can see here, this is one of the most egregious ripoffs. And to be clear, this is not a bootleg. This is a completely different IP that is being produced to rip off the critically acclaimed game Right or Racist. It is not, from what I could find, it is not affiliated with the official project at all. Same stereotype cards. Same Right or Racist, that's right, that's racist text. And the single biggest thing here, it takes the scoring chart. It completely rips off the scoring chart of a complete other game. This is straight up, complete and utter IP theft of Right or Racist. But I kid you not, I was flabbergasted when I first saw this. However, there is some lovers of this game. You know, it's just more right or racist. It adds more little trivia bits to help trip up your friends. And fans of the comedy special, this is a tie-in to the comedy special Am I Racist? Fans of the movie can buy it to help support the production. So that is there. I am going to now shut up completely, as I was able to find on the official webpage for this guy, the creator, what he thinks about the game and his thoughts. So let's go ahead and hear from the creator on Am I Racist? I was able to find on the official webpage for this guy, the creator, what he thinks about the game and his thoughts. So let's go ahead and hear from the creator on Am I Racist? I was able to find on the official webpage for this guy, the creator, what he thinks about the game and his thoughts. So let's go ahead and hear from the creator on Am I Racist? And don't want to double up on the audio again. And that is it. Did it echo again? Good Lord. I don't know what the problem is with this audio, but I cannot, for some reason I'm not able to play the audio itself. You know what? I'm just gonna dub it. I'm gonna live dub it. I'm gonna live dub this, and I'm gonna try and do the stuff. So this way, we're just gonna dub this sucker. This one that I'm very excited about to me is this is the best piece of merchandise we've had, you know, at the Matt Walsh merch store, really in the Daily Wire merch store period in a long time. Also, this is better than that other board game that other host sells. Cool. Did I just rip off his idea to have, did I see how successful his game was and say I need one for myself? I'm not going to say that I did. I'm not going to say that I didn't do that. How much more of this do we have? And that is freaking Am I Racist? Oh, very good competitor there. We're doing... And that is not right or racist. This is Am I Racist? The number 1 seed of the Stonk region. I'm expecting big things from that one. So, now that I can go back to the section I'm supposed to be in, we can continue down the Stonk region. So the number 16 seed, Am I Racist, will be competing against the number 16 seed of the Stonk region, Pictionary versus AI. Pictionary versus AI is the game where you attempt to draw on the drawing portions of the whiteboards and have the AI app included with the game guess what your picture is. You will attempt to bet as to whether or not the AI is going to correctly guess the image or not, and if it gets it right and you correctly identified that it would get it right, you would get a point for both, and if you correctly identified that it would get the image wrong, then you also get a point for that. Haters of Pictionary versus AI are going to be numerous at this point in time. I'm not going to lie, it's only aged worse. Why in the world would I want an AI in my board game is the biggest point for the haters of this one. This game is completely unplayable without the tie-in application opted with it, and the finicky camera and the questionable artificial intelligence guesses severely impact your ability to score points. So this one is definitely hated by quite a large number, but it does have some fans on its side. Betting on whether the AI can guess the image is quite entertaining, after all, gambling. Drawing challenges impede your ability to shake things up. Throughout the game, you will be forced to only use your non-dominant hand, only draw with your elbows, only draw with your feet. Various different challenges that are going to impact your ability to draw on the thing, and therefore impact the ability for the AI to guess the picture. And the AI ensures that the best artist doesn't automatically win the game. You need to be able to draw what an AI can identify. That will be our first matchup of the Stonk region, and as we continue, we get to see the number 8 seed What Do You Meme Real Estate Agents? What Do You Meme Career Series Real Estate Agents takes the classic What Do You Meme gameplay and makes it perfect for your real estate friends looking to capitalize and corner the market on that hilarious real estate humor. Really get it good. In the game, it plays similar to the standard What Do You Meme game, but features new images and cards that will better relate to the real estate agents that you will be interacting with, I imagine, because why in the heck else would you be playing this thing? Haters of What Do You Meme Real Estate Agents really do not enjoy that it uses humor entirely derived from relatable real estate humor. I don't understand. It has the same terrible gameplay structure as the regular meme machine, and again, they just somehow managed to make apples to apples worse. The lovers of What Do You Meme Real Estate Agents, though, say that this really is an excellent selection for entertaining your real estate agent friends. Carries the same fun What Do You Meme gameplay, but with new cards to laugh at, and the fact that this exists at all is very, very funny. I mean, come on. It's What Do You Meme Career Series Real Estate Agents, baby. Relatable real estate humor all the way. What Do You Meme Real Estate Agents will be going up against the number 9 seed in the region. What Shall I Be? The Exciting Game of Career Girls. What Shall I Be? The Exciting Game of Career Girls is the 60s classic that allows you to live out your career dreams by taking on the form of several high-profile female jobs, such as ballet dancer, airline hostess, and... forgot about the hearts. And model! All of the classic female jobs. You could live out any of your dreams as you walk your way around... as you try to maneuver your way around the board, picking up hearts that will prepare you for your dream career. Oh boy. There's a reason that this one has been in 3 straight tournaments, and it is a classic. Haters of What Shall I Be? The Exciting Game of Career Girls say that, boy, it just didn't even try with the career list on offer. It features a dull gameplay loop of rolling and trying to landing on specific spaces, and it can go on for just way too long if you get unlucky with the rolls. However, lovers of the game say that this game aged absolutely horribly, and that's kind of most of the charm. It takes very little time to learn and play, and there's so many career options to choose from. It's everything you could ever hope for. That'll be our second matchup in the Stonk region. But as we move on to our next matchup, we'll meet the number 5 seed, Play-in game number 2. Our second of the 2 play-in games featured in this tournament. We will also be deciding this one later on in the show as we learn who exactly is attempting to compete to get into this game. Only one spot is available for the games that will be competing for the play-in spots, and I'm very excited to see who those will be soon. The winner of play-in game number 2 will be going up against the number 12 seed of this region, the James Corden's Carpool Karaoke Game. James Corden's Carpool Karaoke Game is the classic karaoke singing title that sees you attempt to sing it, rock it, work it, all the way through your James Corden experience. You are going to be able to answer trivia questions, sing various songs, all kinds of hilarious stuff, all overseen by the lovable little scamp he is, James Corden. Haters of the James Corden Carpool Karaoke Game say that you absolutely can't even play this game unless you have something that plays music. It does not include any music, it does not come with anything that plays music, you need to bring the music yourself. It also now offers a now useless social media bonus rule for extra points, where if you shared using a specific hashtag, you would get extra points, which means absolutely nothing anymore now that this game is completely not relevant in the slightest. And honestly, you can just host a round of regular karaoke to get the same effect. So, there you go. You don't really need to waste your money on this. However, it does have its fans. This is easily a game that is easily runnable in the car in order for you to replicate the show. Replayability is also off the charts on this one because as long as new music keeps coming out, you will be able to experience new ways to play the game. Also, the various challenges that can help shake up the karaoke gameplay really help out, as you can do specific challenges or you can do specific trivia modes. It isn't all technically just karaoke. Karaoke is just the main draw. That is James Corden coming in at number 12. The last matchup in the top half of the Stonk region sees the number 4 seed taking the shape of Monopoly Cheaters Edition. MCE, as it is more commonly referred to as, is the classic Monopoly title that sees what you can get away with. You will attempt to, throughout the game, of course, get your standard Monopoly properties using your standard Monopoly gameplay, but during that time period, you will also need to be able to get away with various cheats that will give you an edge over your competition, while keeping an eye out to make sure that your opponents are not getting away with cheats of their own. MCE has quite a lot of haters on the web, with a lot of them pointing out that it ruins the cheating part of the cheating game for absolutely no reason, when normally cheating offers you the benefits you get from the cheating, but with Monopoly Cheaters Edition offering an additional benefit on top of that cheating, you're gonna end up getting rewarded twice, and that makes the balance of the game pretty wonky with some of the effects. It also carries the abysmal new style Monopoly housing where you are only allowed to put one hotel down on a property, completely screwing with the balance of the game even further. Also, the handcuff included with the game is a straight up liability that will more often than not result in you at least once bumping the board, knocking it over, and having to reorganize where everything was. However, the lovers of Monopoly's Cheaters Edition say that it is a great theme that is really appealing. A lot of people have wanted to cheat in Monopoly for a long time, and this ensures that you will be able to do that just fine. It also changes up the normal gameplay to keep you on your toes, what with needing to pay attention to your friends to make sure they aren't getting away with anything. And I'm gonna be honest, this game probably made Hasbro a ton of money. Like an absolutely absurd amount of money. So the lovers of this game, definitely going to be Hasbro, for sure. That one slots in at number 4, and it will be going up against the 13 seed of the Stonk region, Bumps and Grinds. Bumps and Grinds is the classic diplomat title that sees you attempt to work your way around the board, stripping and drinking all along the way. It is important to remember that the winner of this game is the one that loses all of their clothes first, so as you maneuver your way around the board, you are going to want to make sure that it is going to be in your best interest, landing on all of those stripping areas and drawing those stripping cards. Bumps and Grinds is going to have a lot of haters for a big reason. There's really not much going on here besides rolling, moving, and stripping. It contains power-up cards that actively hamper your chances, allowing you to keep your clothes on instead of taking them off. But the real reason that Bumps and Grinds is going to be in this contention is because the included candle is such a major fire hazard that it is likely going to set your house ablaze if any of your drunk competitors end up bumping the board at some point. The lovers of the game do say, though, that it is absolutely doing exactly what it advertises that it will do. It switches up that win condition to be the first to lose all of its clothing instead of being the last to lose all of your clothing. And the randomized events can cause anyone to quickly close a lead if they started to fall behind. That is coming in at a surprisingly low number 13 seed. And as we approach the final section of the board in the Stonk region, we are approaching the last 8 teams. This is the final shot for making it in So let's head to the bottom to see who gets in at this very last moment. The number 15 seed in the Stonk region, Risque. Coming in with another Diplomat title, Risque comes in looking to do pretty much the same thing, but in a new way. In Risque, you will draw 5 cards, put them face down, and go around the group looking to make better hands of poker. Of course, you cannot trade in any of these cards. You will simply just have to go with whatever was dealt to you first, and the more you can't play, the more you will have to drink, and the more you will have to strip. Last person with the person with the best poker hand does get to win back their clothes and keep the clothes of anyone that lost, so it depends on how well you are dealt from the very start. Haters of Risque see this as a completely redundant playmat that mostly gets in the way. The playmat itself does offer places to place your cards, but you could absolutely just put them on the floor. So really, it ends up being completely redundant. This is also completely random on how good of a poker hand you end up with. Again, gambling just on what you can get dealt. And this is by far the most unsafe and flammable option out of the Diplomat line, as the candle this time does not rest on a solid flammable board. It instead rests on a completely flimsy, very flammable playmat that can also be bumped, as anyone can hit the mat at any time. So that is going to be one to keep your distance from. Lovers of Risque, meanwhile, say that, again, it accomplishes what it sets out to do, stripping. The turns increase the ante and risk with each card turned over, and it gives you the opportunity to win your clothes back if you do well. Moving on to the number 2 seed of the Stonk region, the final number 2 seed in the bracket, the video board game Rap Rat. The Rat is back, and he is back with a vengeance. The video board game Rat Rat, of course, being the classic VHS title that sees you attempt to get all of your cheese puzzle pieces before the rat runs you out of time. This rat will offer you various challenges as the game continues, and will just genuinely be a nuisance to you as he dishes out punishments completely at random for seemingly no reason. I'm going to go ahead and assume this is muted, but if the rat is talking, just know that I hate him and I want him to die. So, for the rat himself, we have quite the group of haters, as the rat is absolutely just a quite literal demon. The rat is a possessive demon that possesses the VHS tape of anyone that is playing the game. He is a very, very, very violent individual. I can attest to that through I still have PTSD from when he broke my nose. The penalties are also game-endingly unbalanced. Let's be fair here. Some of the penalties dished out by the rat are some of the most unbalanced you have ever seen. The standout example, of course, being lose turns equal to your age. The board is also actively detrimental to your gameplay efforts. It would be faster if you just rolled the die and then picked a puzzle piece if it landed on your color, but since you also have to move your playing piece across the board, it results in you losing a bunch of time for an action that is genuinely redundant. Lovers of the game, meanwhile, say that the game can be quite fun due to that level of stress. Being forced to rush around the board as much as you are does offer a lot of stress and a lot of potential fun if you get behind the chaos. The frantic pace is never going to let up during the game, constantly keeping you engaged, and honestly, it has pretty good replayability for a VHS game. The rat now coming in at number 2. Moving on to the next matchup in the Stonk region, I'm going to just switch it up and go from the top now because I want to. Starting off with the number 7 seed, we've got Hangman from Milton Bradley. Hangman from Milton Bradley offers you a phenomenal experience, offering you the ability to play Hangman, but on a console now, believe it or not. You could play Hangman just on a piece of paper, drawing the letters as you go, marking off stuff. Or you could give Milton Bradley money and you can play Hangman using this super cool console. And really, I think there's only one option that you can go with between the two. The haters of Hangman, specifically by Milton Bradley, say that, did they just battleship my freaking Hangman? This is actually more restrictive than the pen and paper version, as there are only a certain amount of letter spots on the top of the board that you can use, and it doesn't even come with a hangable guy like you find in other versions. You can turn the knob to add more hangs to the hanged man, but a lot of other Hangman versions at least give you a guy you can build physically. So hey, that's something there. Lovers of Hangman by Milton Bradley, though, say that this is good for playing Hangman in places where paper won't work. If you're on the beach or something and you can't exactly put a piece of paper on the sand, hey, there you go. It also adds the cheat-proof console option for tournament play, much like RPS does, so if you go to a Hangman tournament and you don't see one of these, you're in a bootleg area, and really, this is sort of Hangman Pro for the true Hangman aficionados out there. You aren't going to see your standard Hangmaner playing this one, only your serious Hangmaners are going to be having this. Hangman will be going up against the number 2 seed. Or what? No, it's not. Not yet, at least. Hangman will be going up against the number 10 seed in the Stonk region. Beispielet, the Poop Game. Beispielet, the Poop Game offers you the electrifying experience of getting to play as a piece of poop on its journey to the toilet. Beispielet offers incredible gameplay that you can't really get anywhere else. Every time you land on a brown space, you have to make a poo-poo noise, and every time you land on a yellow space, you have to make a pee-pee noise. This is... Oh, I love Beispielet. You can't, it's, if you're looking for a poop game, Beispielet is the game for you. By golly. Haters of Beispielet, as varied as they are, say this is, I mean, genuinely, poop game, board game poop, poop game, board game. Forcing players to make peeing and farting noises every single turn, potentially, is going to get very annoying very fast. And the fact that this is a roll and move only game with no interaction really sets it apart from what you can do anywhere else. You actually have no player agency and no way to determine if you're going to better your chances, in addition to having to look at the poop game the whole time. However, fans of the game love Beispielet. They can't get enough of Beispielet. They say that fart noises are funny, they've always been funny, and they ain't gonna stop being funny. Young children won't have a tough time playing this game due to the limited mechanics, and it actually could end up helping kids get more comfortable with the concept of using the toilet, which was the original intention behind the creation of the game itself. Moving on to the next to last matchup in the Stonk region, we have the number 14 seed, Hotspots. Hotspots, the next Diplomat title on our title, we've got Hotspots, the body paint game. Hotspots, of course, sees players spin the spinner to get the opportunity to paint edible paint on the other players in order to then, after a couple of rounds of painting, lick it off of each other for some freaking reason. So if you're up for painting somebody's skin and then licking paint off of their skin, by golly, freaking Hotspots is the game for you. Featuring the best tasting red 40 that you've got in the league. Haters of Hotspots say that the paint has been described as all pretty much the same flavor and not tasty at all. It just does not taste good, in addition to it all tasting the same. It has a repetitive gameplay loop of just painting, and then spinning, and then painting, and then spinning, and then painting, and then licking and licking and licking. Also, blue raspberry flavored feet, no thank you. However, lovers of Hotspots say that this is an easy activity to jump into for couples. The different flavored paints do mix things up between rounds depending on what you spin, and for some people, that blue raspberry flavored feet is going to be a positive. So suffer with that image. Hot Spots takes the number 14 seed. That is going, whatever that was, is going is going to be going up against the number 3 seed of the Stonk region, the Lord of the Rings board game trilogy. The Lord of the Rings board game trilogy sees you take control of your favorite members of the Fellowship as you try to work your way through Middle-earth, following beat by beat by beat in order the events of the story as you try to make your way to Mount Doom and get rid of that ring thing that I've heard so much about. Along the way, you will enter in against various challenges, facing various iconic villains, and hopefully working your way to a happy ending. Haters of the Lord of the Rings board game trilogy, may I remind you, made by RoseArts the Crayon Company, say that it follows the story of the movie beat for beat so much that you hardly actually get to experience any gameplay during this time. It's also hard to get into the groove of the game as you are stopped nearly every 3 or 4 spaces to experience the next part of the story instead of just playing the game any way you would want to play it. This is also one of the only board games that I have seen that has the ability to be soft locked. May I remind you, if all of your party members... Let me explain this to you for those who weren't here last time. The Eye of Sauron has a special effect where if you are caught within its gaze, your party member cannot move. However, in the third version of the game, you can choose to pick between which order of the story beats you want to go into, that of course being the order that they go in the film, and if you choose to go for the actual Sam and Frodo version while leaving everybody else behind, if they are in the Eye of Sauron and you don't move them forward quick enough, the game will become soft lock because you will finish the Sam and Frodo portion of the movie, and then you won't be able to move anybody else because the eye is on them, and then the eye can't move because you can't move the other 2 people. So I hope you're ready to start over this 5-hour board game. Imagine if you're watching a full copy of the Lord of the Rings DVD and it skips and you have to start the whole thing over. That is basically what this is. However, the Lord of the Rings board game trilogy does have some levers behind it. It features a new way for fans to experience the classic story in the exact same order that the classic story was played in the regular game. You also have the ability to switch between characters, which means no one player stays OP. And then the beautiful presentation with the awesome 3D components is something that you might be able to marvel at. For example, this is Mount Doom in the game. It does have some legitimately great 3D components. That goes in at the number 3 seed. So we only have 2 games remaining that will be competing in this year's tournament. Let us go forth and see who will be competing as the number 6 seed in the Stonk region. The number 6 seed and the second to last revealed game in the tournament is the Deal or No Deal card game. The Deal or No Deal card game is an interesting little adventure, as being based on the hit TV show, you will place down all of the cases seen from the show with random money things behind it, pick one of your case, and play a standard round of Deal or No Deal. This is going to, of course, offer you the chance to get bought out by the banker or continue to go to the $1 million, risking your money all along the way. There is one thing about the Deal or No Deal card game that sets it apart, though, is that the banker offers from between the rounds are completely randomized, being drawn from a deck of cards. This means that if you are nearing the final round and you have nothing but 10s, 100s, and pennies being offered left that could be in your case, you could still get an offer of $300,000. This fundamentally breaks the gameplay of Deal or No Deal, as you will consistently continue to take no deal even if you don't have any big amounts left, hoping to get that $300,000 payout, completely ruining the entire point of the show. However, fans of the Deal or No Deal card game say that each value being behind its own case adds that Deal or No Deal flair that you are getting looked for. The values being swappable adds replayability, what with not every case carrying the same number value every single time, and since the game does come in its own custom Deal or No Deal case, you gotta admit, that is pretty cool. And now, the final game that is to be revealed in the Stonk region and the Weeb Goat Live Tournament for 2026. The number 11 seed, the Dr. Laura game. The Dr. Laura game is the number 11 seed, as it is the tie-in game with the Dr. Laura Show. The Dr. Laura Show, of course, being the opportunity to get helpful advice from Dr. Laura yourself, the game taking the form of trying to predict Dr. Laura's answers from various different people that are seeking help. You can either try to predict Dr. Laura's answers, you can give an answer that is similar to Dr. Laura's answers, or you can try to work the caller in a way to try to help them through their own unique problems. The Dr. Laura game has tons of haters for pretty decent reasons. It is very difficult to predict and mimic the answers of someone like Laura, who is genuinely very sporadic in the advice that she gives throughout the game. This is also some of the least helpful advice that you can get from a card game, putting out some genuinely hurtful options for the callers that can call in. Also, 11 times. I will say no more towards that fact. The lovers of the Dr. Laura game, though, say that, oh boy, this one just contains a cheese factor that is right off the charts. You cannot get more cheese than the Dr. Laura game, except maybe in the rat, and that's because you're playing with cheese. You never know what the cards are going to say next. You never know what the advice is going to be. You never know what's going to happen in the Dr. Laura game, and that is going to keep players on their toes the entire time. And if you lean into the wonkiness, this one can just be a straight up good time. Partially because you won't see 11 in the game at all at any point. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the full bracket of the worst board game of all time live. We are now able to go over to the tournament bracket to see the games as they are perfected. And as we transition into the final portion, we will get one more grouping of, how do I transition from over here? Right, I forgot. We will get one more grouping of audience hot takes now that you know the final group of games on offer. I'll make those adjustments one last time to get that set up, and then we will be able to transition into the first ever play-in games for the worst board game of all time tournament. Stick around as we wait and see for those, as you will be directly influencing who moves on and who goes home. Stick around for that right after this.
Hey, do you guys want to play Pictionary versus AI? Yeah, definitely. AI may be the biggest invention since fire. Go. But can it guess your drawing of a duck?
We've got an artist here. Duck.
Do you think the AI is going to get it? I don't know. Whether you're the world's best sketch artist, is this Picasso?
I'm enjoying our game.
Or the worst.
Panda. Standing indicates an octopus.
Play Pictionary versus AI, human sketches, AI guesses.
at the bank, we've discovered a fascinating pastime. Hangman. Each player puts a word here. Wrong window. Then they try to guess each other's word. L?
Nope. G?
No. Endorse it. Q?
R.
Right. A?
Nope. L?
No. N. Wrong bank. If you have a little time to kill, get...
Hangman! I won!
I can't play with these interruptions. Hangman from Milton Bradley.
Hangman, hangman. They were playing hangman one-on-one, guessing letters, having fun. When they guessed right, there was hope. When they guessed wrong, they faced the rope of the hangman. Soon they were running out of time. Their necks were laying on the line.
A leg away from getting hanged.
With one more chance for salvation, he made a guess in desperation.
X? Extra!
You win.
Play hangman. From Milton Bradley.
Hang around for another game, Dad?
As a real estate agent, you get it. Your line of work comes with its ups, its downs, and it's downright hysterical.
Introducing What Do You Mean? Real Estate Agents Edition, a brand new version of the classic party game just for real estate agents.
Now you can use your turn, the awkward, stressful, and hilarious moments of your day-to-day into even more hilarious memes.
Perfect for happy hours, game nights, or as a gift for the real estate agent in your life.
Remember Candyland, your first game? Now you can share the memories because you'll find it's still the same. No reading necessary. From Milton Bradley.
Welcome back. We have finally got the completed big board, and we've got some hot takes. Someone has already pointed out that Hysterical Eddie versus the Rap Rats would be a phenomenal semifinals matchup. Yes, what we've got on here is two different competitors from not only the video board game conference, but the VHS board game conference that could meet in the Shabby semifinals. The Rats would just have to clear through the Stonk region, and Eddie would have to get through there, and we could get the demonic matchup that I'm sure people have been looking for eons. All of these games so far are terrible. Great job on the selection, Cam. I thank you for the shout out there, but I must reinforce that all of these selections were made by the NBGA Selection Committee and give them the credit that they deserve. Thank you, the NBGA Selection Committee, wherever you are. Next up on the hot take segment, it's just Jane giving some genuine, heartfelt thank you for the seeing the improvement of the Weeb Goat tournament. This one definitely took a different turn that I wasn't expecting, so we're gonna see if we can even improve it further from beyond here. Next one. After some so we've got one from Sevenberry. After some research, they have found that the $45 figure is from Canada and not the US. So it's $45 Canadian, about $32.56 in the US. So it is about $20 on average. There we go. So that means that Giant Spoons is not $45. It's somewhere between the $20 to $32 figure, which is way more reasonable for a game that you can play with the stuff you already have in your house. Moving on to the next one. Stonk region more like stack region. If the survivor doesn't win, I will be stunned. There are a ton of very good games here in the Stonk region. Am I Racist, of course, made a huge splash when it appeared. What Do You Mean Real Estate Agents? Crazy option there. The Meme Machine for going its own spot to get real estate agents in there. The Meme Machine itself was a very good competitor, so I'm excited to see how this one goes. The Career Girls had a big interest. MCE versus Bumps and Grinds appears to be another 4-13 matchup that could really, really go far. I'm very surprised that Bumps and Grinds landed at a 13 seed after being a 1 last year. So that is going to be one to keep an eye on. Absolutely. The Deal or No Deal card game has a lot going for it. Dr. Laura has a lot of marketability. The Lord of the Rings board game trilogy has that soft lock. Beispielet, Poop, and then, of course, the Rap Rat and the other two Diplomat titles there as well. A lot of great options in the Stonk region, so you can expect some really great competition coming out of that one, for sure. Hot take. Am I racist? Ripping off Writer Racist implies I care enough about Writer Racist's integrity to care that it is being blatantly ripped off. Writer Racist is awful. Make as many cheap rip-offs as you want. That is true. If you do not respect Writer Racist, then Am I Racist being a rip-off of it could actually be a point in its favor. So something to keep in mind when voting on this potential 1 seed in that stacked region. Moving to the next one. I cannot say that Am I Racist is a dark horse pick, but I would be very surprised to see worse Writer Racist get eliminated anytime soon. Just the fact that Writer Racist has that competitive drive and that competitive edge that got it up against Breaky in the Queasy quarterfinals last year. The only one that took it out was Breaky. It was moving crazy, beating out RPS even during that tournament. So Writer Racist still we haven't found the ceiling for, and one comes along that directly rips it off. I mean, potentially we could see, there is a situation in here where we see a Right or Racist versus Am I Racist final. Imagine the voting power that would go through there on something like that. Unrelated, Kamen Rider Ghost is a Japanese tokusatsu drama in Toei Company's Kamen Rider series. It is the 17th series in the Heisei period run and the 13th series overall. Oh, I get it. I unfortunately still don't know what any of that means. I've heard of Toei Animation before, so if they're in the tournament at all, I don't even remember what game we were referring that to. Put Toei Animation as a dark horse to win the whole tournament, if it can get in one of the play-in games. To anyone saying RPS is a disability aid, go ask a person without hands to see if they can play a game that requires hands. Go on, see what happens. That was one of the biggest pros in terms of RPS's initial run and its secondary run that was cut short by Writer Racist. It just offers you no benefit. There's no benefit to using that over just your standard hands, even if you don't have hands. You legitimately might be better off playing that without hands than trying to use that without hands. I will revive the disability... Oh, so right back into it. I will revive the disability aid defense for RPS. While completely replaceable for amputations, by slowing down the gameplay, it can level the playing field for those with mental disabilities. Okay, something that we haven't considered there. If you have a mental disability, then RPS could help you on that end. Something that you might want to consider when voting for that. Moving on to the next one. After being tormented by the demon for months after playing it, I know exactly what will win my brackets. I gotta give it some of the surprise new faces in this region. I think Am I Racist and Hotspots have crazy potential. Fire, of course, though. Having personally experienced the Rap Rat and having to live through the lose turns equal to your age mechanic, you're gonna go with the Rap Rat. He's gonna go with the Rap Rat. I might still go with the Rap Rat, but it is up against a very competitive region. Also, one that I saw earlier that did disappear, somebody mentioned that they had the Hangman board game as a kid, and it was actually really fun to use. That is something that you might want to take a look at when voting against by Spiel It, is that the Hangman console, rather than just sort of like RPS does, but to a decent-er degree, it is very nice. It is a very nice console that turns to move the Hangman. Honestly, it is just as a better version to play Hangman, as long as you don't plan on using any words, it could have some value there. In addition, though, I legitimately could play a round of Hangman with you right now with this board. So it kind of loses a bit of that in terms of there. On top of that, though, It appears that those will be the hot takes for the Stonk region. We have quite the tournament competition list here. We've got great one seeds across the boards. We've got some phenomenal newcomers that are really ready to make their mark on the tournament itself. We've got heavy hitters that are returning once again to make their mark on the tournament. And we've got, of course, 2 games that we haven't seen yet. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some play-in games to run. I love just going silent for like 35 seconds. Oh, baby. It's time. For the first time ever, the Weeb Go competition will be featuring 2 play-in games off of your recommendations. Ladies and gentlemen, I asked for recommendations in that community post, and you sent in not only recommendations for potential competitors, but potential ways that we could improve the Weeb Goat experience. And 2 of these options have coalesced together to form our very first play-in opportunity. So let me go ahead and pull up. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. I'm also not tabbed into the right tab. So, from here, we will have the opportunity to allow you to vote on the newest games. And these games are very, very special. They are going to be exemption slots. Normally in the tournament, we exclude 2 groups due to them technically meeting the restrictions to make it into the tournament, but not being included due to factors beyond their control, mostly because I don't want them in there. And this time we're going to be offering exemption slots to 2 games from these 2 groups. Those being the tabletop simulator market and the tabletop role-playing game market. So, what you will see here are the 2 playing games that will be determined by... Oh, let me go full screen so that you can see it. Determined by group votes in this Google form. In the play-in game round 1, we will have the TTRPGs competing for a 1 seed. These will take 2 play-in games to determine who will be going up against the 1v1, your options being Fatal, Cinnabar, Satanus, and Sinzar for the first spots in the play-in game, and Racial Holy War, Myfarog, Spawn of Fashawn, and Wraithu. You will pick which of these 2 you would like to see in the play-in final, and the winner of that play-in final will be slotted into the number 1 seed of the Stunk region. For the play-in game 2, for the 5 seed in the Stonk region, you will be able to vote between Turkish Monopoly, Go Fish for Freaks, Chungus Odyssey 2, and Cosplay Girlfriend Kiwami 2, as well as the second finalist, Ultimate Jenga, Veilfisk's Guess Whom Gaslight Edition, Joey's Castle, and Tom's Impossible Game. I would like to remind you that since Hybrid is not a physical release, it was not sold for money, it is still not up for a spot in the tournament. Hybrid was a free project that is hosted on a website, and it is also not an actual gosh dang game. I absolutely cannot include Hybrid because it was not sold. If I wanted to, I could just scribble a bunch of rules onto a piece of paper and call that a board game and give myself a 1 seed. So Hybrid is not here. So, I will go ahead and, similar to how we did this in the Global Survival playthrough, I will put the poll for this into the chat. Copy responder link. Go ahead and publish this bad boy. Anyone with the link can vote. And let me get that to you. You will be able to then vote on this. Let's see. How did I do? Oh, right, I forgot. This is a disaster. Oh, heck, this thing entirely crashed, too. All right, so let's go ahead, put this into the chat. I will pin it. Oh, the chat has to catch up from, about, gosh, how do I grab it? Oh, shoot, the other one is pinned. Remove. Get out of here. Let me pin this. There we go. All right. The poll is pinned for Play-In Games Round 1. Play-In Games Round 1 is now up for grabs. We already have 22 responses, so go now and vote to see which games you want in your Play-In Finals. Remember. Don't remember that. You don't have to remember that. But remember, whoever wins TTRPG Play-In 1 and TTRPG Play-In 2 will face off in a TTRPG final. And you will then take that, and the winner of that matchup will be the #1 seed of the Stunk region. I will then be able to fix the bracket, and then publish the bracket for you to fill out after. Let's go ahead and check out some of the responses. Jiminy freaking Christmas! It's a fatal sweep like you've never seen in your life! People have been calling for Fatal since the first tournament ever. And baby, it is looking good for Fatal right now. A little more contested is the tabletop role-playing game Play 2, where Racial Holy War does have a majority, but Raythu is attempting to take a bite. Honestly, Raythu getting way more votes than I anticipated it would get. Oof. The other ones, they are getting eviscerated. I honestly expected Cinnabar to do a little bit better, but it did have to go up against Fatal. That's just unfortunate. Meanwhile, in the tabletop play-in game area, we have a much more competitive market. We have currently, it looks like, it keeps throwing me up every time. So Cosplay Girlfriend is actually holding the majority of this one, the Tabletop Sim Play-In 1, which is absurd. Chungus Odyssey coming in at second right now. No, Turkish Monopoly coming in at second right now, with Chungus Odyssey catching up. And Go Fish for Freaks coming in at 20th. I did not expect to see Cosplay Girlfriend get that much support. Meanwhile, in Tabletop Sim Play-In 2, it is neck and neck between Veilfisk's Guess Whom and Joey's Castle. Completely neck and neck, with Ultimate Jenga kind of bringing up the rear in the 23rd area, but this might honestly result in a... I'm not doing a runoff. I'm not hosting a third one. We're just going off of whoever wins. But yeah, this is going to be a crazy matchup. Joey's Castle, of course, being the Varg Skeletor game that allows you to do whatever the heck you want and be horribly imbalanced. But Veilfisk's Guess... That's a tongue twister. Veilfisk's Guess Whom Gaslight Edition being the game where you are trying to find characters in your Guess Who sheet that straight up don't exist. This is an unwinnable board game that is currently getting beaten by Joey's Castle. That is the actual only unwinnable board game we have ever seen on here, mind you. So, I will give this one more minute of voting. Once it hits, well, let's see. Oh yeah, I can go to Gaslight Gatekeep Guess Whom. That's a good one. I will give this till, can I bring up the world clock? Yeah. I will guess for... You have 30 seconds left to vote for your responses. You have 30 seconds. And then once it hits 8:58, we're calling it and we're moving it on to the play-in final. It looks like Veilfisk Guess Whom is actually pulling ahead after I mentioned that it was unwinnable. Oh, Joey's Castle getting beat out right at the very end. There's probably like 15 seconds left. Final home stretch. It looks like Chungus Odyssey is kind of pulling into Cosplay Girlfriend, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It's neck and neck on the last one. Oh my gosh. And we're gonna call it. How do I stop responses? We're no longer accepting responses. And our final response total, once it counts the remaining responses, can I get freaking hello? Let me see here. Let's see. It didn't save, so it kept accepting responses. Now, we have something of interest here. We have, Cam, you clicked cancel. You are tech issues. We have something of interest here. We have something of intrigue. We have a bit of an interesting predicament on our hands here. Ladies and gentlemen, I think somebody might have been cheating. Of course, we have standard stuff. We have a bunch of options on here and whatnot. TTRPG's playing game 1. 1,200 responses, something on this end. But we have 1,400 responses of a stream with 1,200 people on it. It is something to keep in mind that the Tabletop Sim Play-In 2 has 150 more responses, seemingly coinciding with when Gaslight Guess Whom took over Joey's castle. Now, you goobers probably probably were able to figure out that I am not able to limit to one response, because then you would have to sign in to the form, which I don't want to force you to do. But if y'all are gonna start cheating and trying to do this, then I might have to require you to sign in. So, normally I actually do get away with not having a response limit because most people don't check. All of the other Google Forms never had a response limit either, and most of the time it would just result in nobody cheating. But somebody did end up figuring it out this time, and they did in fact take advantage of it. Of course, they did it in such a way that I immediately caught on, so it didn't end up working. So we've got some scandal, yes. So, obviously, Fatal and Racial Holy War 1. There was no differing there. We can go ahead on that. However, the Tabletop Sim playthroughs are a little bit different. We have Cosplay Girlfriend Kiwami 2, that was the clear winner, and we have Tabletop Sim Play-In, which was just completely hijacked. So what we are going to do instead is I'm going to host a YouTube poll between Joey's Castle and Veilfisk's Guess Whom to determine the second person in the tabletop final. And then from there, we will simply host 2 YouTube polls going off of the results from that. So I will go ahead and get that set up now. First up being the tabletop play-in poll. We'll go in order of, we'll go in order of how much fun these will be to watch. So, tabletop poll with no cheating. Tabletop poll with no cheating. We have Joey's Castle and Veilfisk's Guess Whom Gaslight Edition. Veilfisk's. See, I wouldn't have to type all of this out, but no, do not bring back the 46 million Bolivia. I'm not doing that anymore. We fixed it. Now you've made me misspell other things. We wouldn't have to type this out, but you people can't play fair. Gaslight Edition. Oh, I can't even play it. Let's see. So there we go, and start poll. Tabletop poll with no cheating. I will give this 1 minute. Or maybe 1.5 minutes. I will give this 1.5 minutes and then we will call the results. So vote now. This is gonna be interesting. It is a game where the rules don't work on purpose versus a game that is unfinishable on purpose. So this is definitely going to be one of massive interest. Gaslight, Gatekeep, Guess Who is one of the best marketing options I've seen so far. What view do we have? Oh, we're looking at me. Great. While this goes on, I can start going ahead and getting the next one ready. How do I... Oh wait, I'm doing them all on YouTube polls. So I don't even need this again. Awesome. So let's go ahead and take a look at the persons now. It looks like Veilfisk's Guess Whom is just slightly ahead by 5%. We're going into the last 30 seconds of this. Now this one's absolutely not rigged because you can only vote once. So this one's good. Hysterical Eddie versus Rap Rat Death Battle. That would be absurd. Joey's Castle is actually bad. Guess Whom is unplayable. That's a great point. It looks like my playback of the stream is way, way off. But yes, we're approaching the final seconds. It's looking like Veilfisk's Guess Whom is just a little bit closer. We're pulling it in and calling it. 3, 2, 1. And moving on, it actually is Gaslight Guess Whom. Unbelievable. That late game surge was not caused by just straight up cheating. It was caused by people actually legitimately voting. I am very surprised. That is definitely the one that I would vote for out of the two, but I thought that Joey's Castle had a lot of momentum behind it. So, we are going to move on to the tabletop board game play-in final. We have, start a new poll. We have Cosplay Girlfriend Kiwami 2, which I am honestly very surprised managed to pull that out. I thought Turkish Monopoly or Go Fish for Freaks was a shoe-in there. Tabletop, I forgot that I can't type and talk at the same time. Tabletop play-in final. Final for 5 seed. Cosplay Girlfriend Kiwami 2. Versus Veilfisk's Guess Whom Gaslight Edition. The poll is live. Which one are you voting for, ladies and gentlemen? This is for the 5 seed of the Stonk region to go up against James Corden's Carpool Karaoke. Are you looking for your very own cosplay girlfriend? Or are you looking to gaslight, gatekeep, Guess Who? Vote now. Oh, it is close. It is dang close. Holy cow. It's closer than the Joey's Castle one. Currently, we're looking at a 52-48 split. Unbelievable work from Cosplay Girlfriend. Never thought that it would actually get that far. But I guess the multiple boards that you have to work through, the multiple different areas, and I guess that one area where you have to move through 102 spaces, one space at a time in order to win, is really carrying it against the unwinnable game of Gaslight Guess Who. This is a crazy matchup, and there's still plenty of time. So it's close enough that Cosplay Girlfriend could close this gap. But it is running out of time. It is going to have to put some work in fast. It is running out of time. It only has about 30 seconds left, and it still has a 3 percentage point difference to make up before Gaslight Guess Who takes it and claims that number 5 seed. Running low on time, everything on the line. Will it be able to get there? And ladies and gentlemen, it's not looking like it has enough. it's looking like it isn't going to do it as we close in on the final seconds. No! 1 point further! A 52-48 split, but Gaslight, guess who, closes it out? Unbelievable! How that managed to compete. Honest, one of the strongest performances from a play-in game we have ever seen. Cosplay Girlfriend absolutely put in the work there. It has nothing to be ashamed of, making it to the play-in final against some really good competitors, but just barely falling short right at the buzzer, taking that shot, but it doesn't fall. That is unfortunate, but they cannot hang their head. They made it through. But we have one more play-in game to determine first. No controversy on the final results. No controversy on who's making it in there, but tons of controversy between the two. The TTRPG final play-in match for the #1 seed in the Stunk region to go up against MetaZoo. We have Fantasy Adventure to Adult Lechery, aka From Another Time, Another Land, aka Fatal, going up against Racial Holy War. A bout, if there ever was one, but only one of them will be able to make it in. Ladies and gentlemen, the vote starts now. Fatal versus Racial Holy War. A titanic matchup of the TTRPG genre. Only one game is coming out of the TTRPG conference, and it is between two of the most famous ones. Two members of the Unholy Trinity going head-to-head to try to claim that final tournament slot. Who is going to get it done? Will you cast Fatal, or will you completely forget to add an accuracy mechanic to the game? It is anyone's game, it is anyone's match, and ladies and gentlemen, Fatal is out to an early lead, leading 67-33 in a Fatal sweep at the start. But there are still plenty of votes to be counted, there are still plenty of ballots to be harvested, there are still plenty of bots to be voted from, and it is anyone's game for sure. Going up against MetaZoo, the favorite to win the Stink region is definitely the one coming out of here. But as the timer progresses, Racial Holy War is failing to close that gap. Racial Holy War is not winning back any of those votes as the timer ticks down. More votes are being cast, but they are going evenly between Fatal and Racial Holy War. Actually, making up 1 percentage point there, it did actually manage to chip away at that lead just a little bit, but it's going to have to do way more with only 30 seconds left on the timer. Unless it manages to pull off a late game surge like we have never seen before, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at a potential Fatal sweep. If it does this well against Racial Holy War, imagine how well it's going to do in the Stunk region. It is going up against a Titan, and it is getting some of that lead back. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not looking good. It's looking abysmal. Ladies and gentlemen, it's looking fatal as it claims the #1 seed of the Stunk region and takes home that spot in the WeebGo tournament it has been clamoring for 3 years. Fatal has made it in. A Fatal sweep is incoming. So as we get that set up and get that started, I'm going to go ahead and put together the final bracket. I do need to add the teams and the games, and from there you should be able to start filling out your bracket once I publish this. So we'll go over to settings here. I will also need to put that together. So You know what? I'm gonna need another small break to do this, but I only had 4. I only had 4 planned. So you're gonna get. Which one do you guys want? I'm gonna let you choose which commercial break you get. Do you want Candyland? Do you want the rats? Which one are you looking for while I start getting this set up? All right, where is the 1 seed? Here it is. Plan game 1. And then we'll be able to fill out your bracket from there. Where is... Oh, right. It goes... No? Oh, right. It's up here. I forgot this is... Candyland, the rat, Candyland, more Candyland. Please no Candyland, Candyland, rats, rats, rats. You are remembering Candyland, rat, remember. All right. It's been chosen. There is a clear favorite. So we will be... I'm going to update the bracket. I'm going to get it ready to publish. I'm going to update the big board. And then we will be able to fully determine who we think is going to win. And you will be able to fill out your own bracket right after this.
This is Candyland, a place you pretend to visit when you play this game. The cards show you how to follow the path through Candyland. You'll discover the gingerbread plum tree, a rainbow pass, and Gumdrop Mountain. But be careful of the cherry pitfalls, and don't get stuck in Molasses Swamp. You don't have to know how to read or count to have loads of fun in Candyland. Candyland, a game for people 4 to 8 from Milton Bradley.
Remember Candyland, your first game? Now you can share the memories because you'll find it's still the same. No reading necessary. From Milton Bradley.
There's so much fun for everyone. The game of Candyland. Candyland. A place that's made of sweets and yummy treats.
Will you be the first to my castle?
In the game of Candyland.
Race on the rainbow path. Match colors. And treats.
A shortcut.
Be the first to the castle to win.
Yes!
Welcome. You won the game. Candyland, the Kingdom of Sweet Adventures game.
Remember Candyland, your first game? Now you can share the memories because you'll find it's still the same. No reading necessary. From Milton Bradley.
Want to play Candyland?
Sure. You know, it was my first game, too.
You remember?
I'll always remember Candyland. Milton Bradley makes special games for the play school years, like Candyland and Chutes and Ladders.
I'm looking for a little boy and a little girl who are too small to be able to read yet. And let's see. There they are. Now, do you know what? Milton Bradley has made a game just for you, and it's called Candyland. And you don't have to be able to read to be able to play it. And is it ever fun? Watch. Now, each of you has a gingerbread man like this. Now, you draw a card, and on the card there's a color. And you move your gingerbread man to the square that has the same color. And off you go on a thrilling trip through the peppermint stick forest and up over the gumdrop mountains. And the first one to reach home sweet home wins the game. Candyland. It's a game just like the older kids play, but it's your very own. Ask for Candyland. It's fun. And who makes the best games in the world?
Milton Bradley!
Get Candyland.
Remember Candyland, your first game? Now you can share the memories because you'll find it's still the same. No reading necessary. From Milton Bradley.
This?
Girls are changing the world. Did you know that without girls, we wouldn't have Wi-Fi? Now you can celebrate the many game-changing girls in my new game, Ms. Monopoly. Dream big, buy cool inventions, and own it all with new Ms. Monopoly. How will you change the world?
You are a CTU agent working with Jack Bauer to stop a terrorist threat. You have 24 hours. Three days, 3 threats, 1 game. 24, the DVD board game.
That was a disaster. That was a freaking disaster. Oh, that was horrible. Oh, God. Okay, I did manage to get it set up. Let's get this gosh dang Google form out of here. Oh, it was terrible. The whole thing crashed and I had to reset the entire bracket. Holy cow. Is the audio working correctly or is it horrible? Because I can post this now. So everybody's commenting, I can't pin it. So using this, you should be able to submit your very own bracket. An important thing to keep in mind, something to keep in mind. From there, yeah, you can pick your bracket, you can pick your tournament stuff, yes, we're good, audio is good, phenomenal. So the bracket thing is pinned in the chat now. I will also pin it in the actual description after the stream ends. I will also make a post probably tomorrow about it. Something to keep in mind. Please keep this in mind when filling out your bracket. I know the audio didn't stop. You have to keep this in mind. When you fill out your bracket, make sure you keep the tab you filled it out in open. If you do not keep that tab open, you will not be able to reference the bracket during the tournament as the teams get filled out. As long as you have that tab open, you can refresh the bracket to make sure that you get the... you can refresh the bracket as the tournament continues so that you can see the updates as they come through. And see your score as it comes through. That is all very well and good, but you have to keep that tab open because I cannot get that back for you if you close that tab. So don't do that. Let's go over to the big bracket. I'm going to, while you fill out your bracket, I'm actually going to fill out my bracket on the big board with my picks to see how it compares to yours. Let's go. Oh no, not the freaking NBGA one. That takes so long. I have to take this gosh dang jacket off so I don't... Hi, Red Shirt Cam here, ready to fill out his own gosh dang bracket and read all of the stuff. Political violence really escalated in the Candy Kingdom. Yeah, that was a disaster. A disaster of an idea. So, what we have here is playing game 2 is now Veilfisk's Guess Whom? Guess Whom? And while you fill out your bracket, I'm going to also fill out mine and then transfer this over to see who does, if I can outplay any of you guys in the thing. Fatal. Also, I forgot to mention the grand prize. So, we will be keeping track of the score on the software will automatically keep track of your bracket score as the tournament progresses. I am able to update that, and you will be able to refresh your bracket to see your score and your placement in the actual bracket competition. Whoever wins the overall bracket competition will be awarded a 22-key starter set of Bray keys straight out of the factory box. I would like to show this to you at the current moment, but believe it or not, it's not here. If you can go ahead and guess who, yeah, it was the USPS. But yes, the winner of the tournament will be receiving a full, complete 22-key starter set of Bray keys, our last tournament winner. The winner of this tournament will also get to go up against Breaky in the very final matchup to see if they can take the title of worst board game of all time from our current Bray King. So, from there, you can go ahead and fill out your brackets. Make sure that you do it based on who you think will win, who your least favorites are, and also consider who other people will be voting for in the tournament. But from here, I now would like to fill out my bracket while you do yours. So, very easy stuff here. Global survival versus the Mandela effect. No choice there. Global survival all the way. If you have any questions, I will also be able to answer those below as I keep checking the chat to see what people are saying. Now, somebody just mentioned that Super Deck versus Back of the Ritz Bits box is a pretty hard matchup, and I'm going to go ahead and agree with them there. That's one of the tougher first round matchups to try and pick because both are bad in such unique ways. But I think in terms of how Super Deck's gameplay is just mind-numbing, the Back of the Ritz Bits box can actually make you angry based on that final push to try and get past that last momentum swing, that last go back to start space, what it basically is, on the 50-50 chance. So I'm going to go with the Back of the Ritz Bits box here. In a quite little decent upset, we have something. What, Ms. Monopoly versus What Shall I Be? Girl Boss versus Misogyny? Ooh, where is that going to be? That could be a good one, but that would have to come down into the shabby semis. That's going to be a tough one to have, but a good one to keep an eye on. RPS versus Don't Lose Your Cool. Good matchup there on that end. Don't Lose Your Cool does have a lot of useless utility with that heart rate monitor that just doesn't work. But if I'm going to be honest, I don't think it has the marketability that RPS does. I think the rock, paper, scissors game clears there for sure. Oh yeah, a lot of people did discover the Weeb Goat tournament, and Lizard says that he discovered it through the original tournament, and it feels good to be here for a later one. It feels good to be hosting a later one, being able to interact with everyone too. Pass Out versus the Princess Bride. Pass Out is bad. Alright, the fact that all sides of the board are exactly the same is bad. There is no getting around that. That's just being lazy on that front, but you can't really fault it all that much. It is a game from the 60s. Board game design wasn't as advanced then. Meanwhile, the Princess Bride came out in like 2013. And that's the gameplay that it presents is unacceptable. I'm going the Princess Bride there for sure. All of the gameplay being the same gameplay loop over and over again, you can't with that. Eels and Escalators versus the Beyblade trading card game. This is one, I think Eels and Escalators is worse. I really do, because that gameplay is, there's nothing going on here. The amount of stuff that you need to do to make this game work is egregious. But if I'm thinking in terms of I want to win this bracket, I'm going with the Beyblade trading card game just due to the general idea of it. The general idea of the Beyblade trading card game just makes me upset. So I'm calling for an 11/6 upset there. That is one you just cannot ignore. Absolutely going to happen. The boss must reap Eddie's soul. When we get over to there, that is a possible shabby semis matchup that you're going to want to keep an eye on. Candyland Connect 4 versus Jar Jar. I got to go Candyland Connect 4 for sure. Speak Out versus Assassin. Assassin's really bad with that, but it doesn't physically pain you, so Speak Out clears on there, absolutely. I'm going with North Africa. Netflix, not a chance. Absolutely. Fatal. A lot of these are actually going to end up easy. Bracket leading to the final of Hotspots versus Fatal. Your bracket is leading to Hotspots versus Fatal? How the heck is Hotspots making it? Alright, I'm going to stop working through my thoughts on each of these matchups until I get to the terrible third round. I'm just going to start locking in, because I got to get to some of these matchups later. Let me go on here. So we got Fatal over MetaZoo, absolutely. Gotcha over Oregon Trail. Give me Intelligent Design over Mr. Bacon. Give me Rider Racist over Giant Spoons, absolutely. Give me, Mad Libs versus Bottle Flip? Shoot. We'll come back to that one. Give me 15 Love. Gotta support Biggs any way I can. Give me Rat Splatter, my boy. I've gotta support the boy. Give me Shizap over Happy Board Game, getting electrocuted. Now, Rat Splatter over Hit Send. I think I'm going to get burned on that one. I really think I do. I think Hit Send is going to beat Rat Splatter, and I don't think it's going to be anywhere close. But really, I can't not vote for Rat Splatter. That is my boy. I cannot vote for Rat Splatter. Mitch, what are you doing? My buddy Mitch is in the chat, and he's throwing 99 cents at me. God, Mitch, you scoundrel. Fill out a bracket. I want to see how you do. This is not... I'm gonna blow him up. All right, give me Mad Libs and Bottle Flip. Give me Mad Libs. Working through here, give me Eddie. Give me Public Assistance. Give me Mogul. Target the Game of Life versus Spin the Bottle Game. That is a tough matchup. That is a horrendous first round matchup for Target the Game of Life to be going up against such a heavy competitor. I'm going with Target the Game of Life there because I think that it still has that quality that sets it apart as one of the most favorites to win. But in terms of the matchup itself, Spin the Bottle is that can be an upset. That can be an upset for sure. A lot of people could get burned on Target the Game of Life here. And I'm probably going to be one of them because I cannot stand that game. I freaking hate Target the Game of Life with a burning passion if you've seen me abuse it over the last year. Give me Time Control. Give me Ms. Monopoly. Despite WWB has a lot on offer. It has a lot of fans. It's one of the most beloved games in the tournament's history. Everyone loves WWB. They love to see it in the tournament every year. I just think Ms. Monopoly has a slight edge over it. Give me Uno, nonpartisan Uno over Candyland. Candyland with a first round exit is going to be rough. And then give me 24. And then to clear out the first round, give me Am I Racist? Give me the Real Estate Agents. Give me Gaslight Guess Whom. Give me Veil. Just give me Veil in general. Give me MCE over Bumps and Grinds. This is another one that can be a huge burn. MCE over Bumps and Grinds. Bumps and Grinds was a heavy hitter last year for a good reason. So MCE going up against it this year, right off the bat, that's going to get people burned for sure. I deliberated over a few choices, and nothing beats the Harm Your Loved Ones gameplay loop of Hit Send. That is going to burn me so bad, I know it is. Rat Splatter's getting taken out round 1, and I'm not changing my vote. Every time somebody comments, it's just another blow to Rat Splatter's chances. My final is Am I Racist and Hit Send. Hit Send in the gosh dang final, and I have it losing to Rat Splatter. I'm so done for. 24 versus Fatal, Ritz Bits Box, and Am I Racist? This is going to be a wild freaking scoreboard. This is going to be absurd. Finishing off, give me Deal or No Deal. Look, Dr. Lore at number 11, of course that's going to carry a lot of momentum. But the fact that they ruined just Deal or No Deal's entire gameplay loop is unacceptable. I cannot let that slide. Deal, No Deal. Give me Lord of the Rings over Hotspots. Give me By Spielitz over Hangman. By Spielitz getting its first tournament win after getting robbed last year would be huge, and doing it in an upset over Milton Bradley's Hangman. A worthless game, or just a genuinely terrible idea with good presentation. But yeah, give me By Spielitz reclaiming that loss that it suffered last year. And of course, I gotta go with the Rat. Looking at this, I have all 3 Diplomat Sales Co titles losing in the first round. We'll have to see how that holds up as we go. Jar Jar and Common Rider Ghost for the win. If the Common Rider Ghost comes through here and somehow wins it all, I will give you $1,000. If he comes in through, not even making it into the tournament and wins, I don't know what to do but to give you $1,000. Let's see here. Oh, I've got my other friend. Thank you, Torb, for the heartwarming message. Guess whom versus the campaign for North Africa. I've got to get to this middle part. Some of these are going to be crazy. Okay. Global Survival versus Back of the Ritz Bits Box. Back of the Ritz Bits Box has a lot going for it, but we played for 9 hours on Global Survival. You can check the footage of that playthrough. Nothing happened. It's egregious. RPS versus the Princess Bride. I think RPS claims it. I think RPS claims it over the Princess Bride. Just a little more marketable with its garbage. The Princess Bride, you do the same thing over and over again, but at least you're doing something new the first time you do it. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, freaking scissors. Beyblade trading card game versus Candyland Connect 4. Give me Beyblade. Give me the Beyblade TCG. I think it's going to pull off the upset there. Give me the Beyblade TCG as it beats Candyland Connect 4 and makes it into the gosh dang terrible third round. I think it has a lot of momentum behind it this year. I really think it has a chance. Speak Out, getting screwed with the placement. It's not beating the campaign for North Africa. Not a chance. Gotcha, a good, really, really good stuff behind Gotcha, honestly. 240 spaces on the board, several restart areas. You can't go to the bathroom unless you land on a specific spot, but Fatal's Fatal. I think if it didn't have to go up against Fatal, it can probably go a little further, but Fatal is Fatal. You can't go past there. This is one of the toughest matchups in the whole tournament, bar none. Rider Racist versus Intelligent Design versus Evolution. That is going to be a controversial matchup. That is going to have people at each other's throats the entire time. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Give me Rider Racist. After what I saw last year, I think it really has. The only thing that to consider is that we have not seen Intelligent Design in the tournament before. So I don't know how much momentum it has behind it, but I've seen Rider Racist in the tournament, and it is a bullet train. You do not want to get in its way. Something that Seven mentioned is that the $20 price might send Giant Spoons over Rider Racist because Rider Racist doesn't have the same appeal when Am I Racist is putting it up out there. And that's an egregious price tag for Big Spoon. So that's an upset that could happen too. Mad Libs versus 15 Love, not even a contest, not even a conversation. You will not find me turning against my boy Biggs that easy. Rat Splatter versus She-Zap. It really doesn't matter because Hit Send is winning, and it's going to win this matchup too. So I guess I'm just going to put Rat Splatter here because I've already lost that matchup, but I can't turn my back on Rat Splatter. I'm just throwing points away, if I'm being honest. Public Assistance versus Eddie. Public Assistance has that good stuff going for it. It does have that marketability. It's got that good tournament experience, but people despise Eddie, so he's definitely going to be winning that one for sure. Joel Harden's Mogul versus Target. That is another tough one. Give me Target. Because if Target doesn't win, that means that Spin the Bottle game won, and I was getting this wrong anyways, because Spin the Bottle is going to beat Mogul. I think whichever one wins in this 4 of 13 matchup is beating Mogul, which stinks, because Mogul is one great competitor. I hope I'm wrong. Unless Target wins, in which case I hope Target wins again. Time Control versus Ms. Monopoly. Time Control, terrible, awful. Those rules don't make any sense, but I can understand Ms. Monopoly's rules and I hate them, so it's moving on. 24 versus non-partisan Uno. Give me 24. I still don't know how much is riding on this. Am I racist versus real estate agents? Give me a hot take right now. Give me a hot take right now. Right now, at this very moment, talking straight into the microphone. What do you mean real estate agents beats Ryder Racist in the second round? Give me that 8 versus 1 upset for the first 1 seed to leave the tournament. I think the amount of hype behind what do you mean real estate agents is big enough to beat it outright. That's going to burn me like crazy, but I really think that this could happen. I have this on my own personal upset watch. I really think that it's got it. And I'm getting destroyed. Hot take of the century. I'm getting annihilated out here. I am getting annihilated out here for that one. Just you watch. When it happens, I'm going to get so many points for it. I'm going to get so many points for it. Just you watch. The meme machine is rolling again. Vale versus MCE. Give me Vale. Give me Vale Fisk there for sure. Gaslight Guess Whom. You can't win. MCE, you don't cheat, but you can win. That's something. Give me Deal or No Deal card game versus Lord of the Rings. Give me Lord of the Rings. I really hate the Deal or No Deal board game, but you can't soft lock the Deal or No Deal board game. I can't get past that. By Spiel it gets its first tournament win of its career. Celebratory everywhere, confetti going everywhere. Comes into its second matchup against the Rat and gets atomized. It's not even close. It's not even a competition. The Rat is going to eviscerate by Spiel It. It's going to be a 90-10 option. It's going to get annihilated. Okay, give me Global Survival versus RPS in the Stink region. Terrible third round. If you had to ask me which game I would rather play between Global Survival and the Rock, Paper, Scissors game, I'm absolutely taking the Rock, Paper, Scissors game, and it's not even close. Global Survival is, I can't even say it's a miserable experience because it isn't an experience. There's nothing happens in that game. If one of your friends is stupid enough to buy America, then something might happen. If they don't, that game can legitimately go for months. Speaking of going for months, Beyblade pulls off 2 consecutive upsets to get into the terrible third, and then gets completely obliterated by the Campaign for North Africa. It has a good run, but Campaign for North Africa is a 2 seed for a reason, and it is getting killed. So, Ryder Racist versus Fatal. Ryder Racist had an awesome run in the tournament last year. Came up, absolutely blew past a couple of the tournament favorites. Beat RPS, beats Bottle Flip. Really great wins all throughout the tournament, and it got beaten by Breaky. It made a bit of an effort against Breaky. It put up a bigger fight than most of them, but it did still lose. And I think we've got another Breaky right here. In terms of what Fatal has on offer, Ryder Racist just straight up can't compete. So I think it leaves early, but I think it's of no fault of its own. It's just going up against a completely new beast. A beast you've never seen before. 15 Love versus Rat Splatter. It's not going to be Rat Splatter. It's going to be Hit Send. But I'm still taking 15 Love against Hit Send. I'm just throwing the bottom of this away still. But I think 15 Love, if it were to go up against Hit Send, does still beat it there. I can't turn my back on Bigsy like that. He's got it. The man beat the Rat. The man beat the Rat last year, and you don't think he can beat out Hit Send? There's nothing. There's no chance. Going over here, we got Eddie versus Target the Game of Life. Give me Target the Game of Life. Give me our second 1 seed. Gets knocked out right here. Eddie is a despicable creature. I think I actually might hate Target the Game of Life more. I actually think that might be true because there is nothing. You get nothing. You get nothing. There's nothing here for you. You do not have good time. I feel worse playing Target the Game of Life than I do Global Survival. At least in Global Survival, There's the buying up of countries. I get to buy things. I get to do something. Target the Game of Life, I run in a circle around a store and then try to save money, live better at Target. I hate you so much. I'm going to punch that thing again. You watch. I'll do it. Ms. Monopoly versus 24. On a conceptual level, I hate Ms. Monopoly more, but because from an execution level, I also hate Ms. Monopoly more. But Ms. Monopoly is a game that I would never actually want to, play legitimately. 24, I have gone through the entire game, and it's numbing. Going through 24, the DVD board game, is numbing. Ms. Monopoly at least lets me feel something. It makes me feel anger. 24, I feel betrayed. I feel like they wasted Kiefer Sutherland far too much. But I really hate Ms. Monopoly. Give me 24. Give me 24 and I'm moving on. Because I at least feel something when I talk about Ms. Monopoly. Anything. Real estate agents versus Gaslight Guess Whom. Veilfisk's game is unwinnable. Moving on. The Rat versus Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings, soft lockable board game. The Rat is the Rat. He is Rap Rat. He's the boss. You cannot compete against that. There's nothing you can do. Rap Rat is the boss. Alright. This is a very tricky one. Global Survival versus the Campaign for North Africa. I don't know what the heck to base this on, because this game takes longer than this one. This game has more going on than this one, but it's also, it hurts my brain to think about Global Survival versus the Campaign for North Africa. I think, in terms of what they go between, Global Survival having a great run so far, I think it has the momentum to possibly take CNA down. But in terms of the marketability and the way that it has played in the past, I think CNA is just too experienced to fall there. I think TCFNA TDW 40-43, being the winningest game in tournament history, is going to carry it through this matchup. It's been through 2 entire tournaments worth of matchups. Global Survival couldn't make it out against freaking Bean Boozled. It ain't happening. No, sir. It's just too heavy hitter. So CNA, one of my shabby semi themes for sure. Fatal versus 15 Love. I would very much love to see Biggs go 5 for 7 again. We're talking about an entirely different beast here. He can beat the Rat. I don't think he can beat Fatal. This is just, dude, it is a completely different beast. Target the Game of Life versus 24, the DVD board game. 2 games that I really don't like. 2 games that I've played to completion and I hated every second of both of them. In terms of which one I think can win it more, Target the Game of Life has more general hatred factor towards it, but after the 24 playthrough that I put on display there, it's bad. I don't think Target the Game of Life has it. I don't think it's got the it factor. I think it's got the factor of getting past Eddie, but I don't think it is a shabby semifinals game. I think what Target the Game of Life does here is it gets out to an early lead, it gets cocky, and then it chokes right at the last moment, and Jack Bauer gets passed on a last-second three-pointer. I don't think it has the ability to hold on to that kind of lead. It's too stupid to be able to do that. Now, Veilfisk versus the Rat, I'm going to be honest, the Rat is not a bad gameplay experience if you get into the chaos of it. Actually playing the Rap Rat isn't too bad of an experience as long as you get into there. The problem arises with how the demon wants to steal your soul, for one, and on the other, it is one of the most unbalanced gameplay experience I have ever seen in my life. Fire and I still have not fully lived out the turn loss period from missed turns equal to your age. If I were to go back into that game, I would still need to miss another 14 turns before I even get to play again. It is, you can't, it's too marketable. You can turn the Rap Rat into a marketable plush, and it would still win the tournament. You can't go up against it. People are hating. I cannot wait to see Gaslight Guess Who get out in the second round for the same reason WWB does, because it's an intentionally bad game, even though it got voted in, just like WWB. We've got it! We found the new WWB! We did it, guys! We're about to knock it out for the last time ever, and we found a replacement! We're never gonna escape the intentionally bad game. Let's go. Shabby semifinals. Shabby semifinals, we've got, I'm coming back to this one. Shabby semifinals, we've got 24 versus the Rat. 2 members of the Video Board Game Conference going up against each other in the Shabby semis. And even if I'm wrong against Eddie, he could also make it there to make it 2 video VHS board games. So this is definitely an interesting one. Jack Bauer versus the Rat. How the heck did I end up with this matchup? I'm going to be honest. The Rat lost out in the Shabby semis last year because it had to play CNA. 24, the DVD board game. It's no CNA. I'm going to be honest. It's bad. I don't know how much is writing on it, but I don't think it does either when it goes up against the Rat. Everything is writing on it when it goes up against the Rat, and it doesn't know that. It just straight up doesn't know that. So give me the video board game Rap Rat going from 4th place last year to making the Grievous Grand Finals. And unfortunately, no, this is not the actual Weeb Goat. The actual Weeb Goat, to keep you in mind, this is not the actual tournament. This is my bracket. I see some people are confused in there. The actual tournament will be hosted on April 1st when everyone gets the chance to fill out their brackets like they normally do. I give you a week to fill out your brackets to share and see what goes on from there. And then from there, we run the actual tournaments. Do not get this confused with this being the actual tournament. That would be an extreme downgrade of quality from what we've seen before. And then CNA versus Fatal. I really want it to be CNA's year. I really do. But Fatal's been waiting for this for 3 years, man. Fatal's been waiting for this for 3 years, and it's not going to waste its opportunity. I don't think it's going to waste, but the campaign for North Africa does have the experience. You guys are right. You guys are right. It has 3 years worth of experience on top of Fatal, who is a rookie. Ooh. I'm gonna be honest. It's a pretty strong rookie that we're seeing. My final being Fatal versus the video board game Rap Rat. That is a tricky one. For sure, fatality. So with that, we've got my arch nemesis in the Rat and one of my most reviled games of all time in Fatal going up against each other in my tournament in the finals. Gosh freaking dang it, I hate both of them so much. The Rat has accosted me for many years, Fatal the same amount of time, even longer actually. And in terms of which one I think pulls this one off, I think that if the Rap Rat can't even beat Biggs Calderhead, leading tennis hustler, Eastern Seaboard, then what chance does it stand against the team that I have beating Biggs Calderhead, leading tennis hustler, Eastern Seaboard? Ladies and gentlemen, my official prediction probably similar to the official prediction of many people filling out their brackets right now. Give me Fatal Fantasy Adventure to Adult Lechery from Another Time, Another Land, whatever the heck that acronym stands for at this point. Give me that as your Weeb Goat Tournament winner 2026. Yes, sirree, we've got it. I have the same semi-finalists as Fire. We can't stand the rat. We've lived through the pain. Well, that is... No, please don't do that one again. That is going to conclude the NBGA selection show for 2026. We've got 64 wonderful competitors, and you can have the opportunity to fill out your free bracket right now for a chance at that glorious grand prize of our previous winner, the current worst board game of all time. From there, it depends. Will they be able to take down the competitor of this year? That's not in the bracket, so I don't have to offer my prediction on that, because I legitimately have no idea. I'd like to thank everyone that's come out to the stream tonight to watch the selection show, and I hope that you will turn in for the live performance of the full Weeb Goat tournament on April 1st. I will have that posted up within the next couple days, but giving you this week to fill out your brackets and share with your friends for even more opportunities to win this honestly terrible garbage prize. Literal garbage prize, but one that I think you will quite enjoy. You can put it on the mantle. It's a conversation piece. Everybody, thank you for tuning in. That is going to conclude our event for the evening. We are going to have a wonderful time on April 1st, and I cannot wait to be out there and see who can manage to get it done this time around. Signing off for the NBGA, I am KamSandwich. Thank you for watching and have a fantastic day.